Good morning, California. I hope you had a wonderful President's Day weekend. My name is Pedro Toledo, and I'm the rotating chair for the California Citizens Redistricting Commission for the next 2 weeks. Commissioner Jane Anderson, please wave, will be serving as the vice president. We're going to do a quick roll call, then we'll enter public comment, where we're going to have Ethan Jones, the chief consultant to the California State Assembly Elections and Redistricting Committee, join us to give us a quick update on the election cycle during public comment. And after that, I'll be going over the agenda for today's meeting. So with that, let's go into roll call. Director Claypool.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Turner? Commissioner Vasquez? Commissioner Yee?
Here.
Commissioner Ahmed?
Here.
Commissioner Akutagawa?
Here.
Commissioner Anderson?
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez? Commissioner Fonashari?
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Here.
Commissioner Lamons?
Here.
Commissioner Sadwani?
Here.
Commissioner Sinai?
Here.
Commissioner Taylor?
Present.
Commissioner Toledo?
Here.
Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Katie, please instruct the public on how they can join public comment.
Yes, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number, it is provided on the live stream feed. It is 938-0533-4078 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press *6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And the Commission is taking general public comment at this time. And Chair, we do not have anybody in the queue.
I believe Ethan Jones has joined us on the web.
Yes, yeah, he's in the meeting.
Is his audio working?
Yeah, he can. He just unmuted himself.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Jones.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Yes, my name is Ethan Jones. I am the Chief Consultant for the California State Assembly Elections Committee. As you all know, the legislature has been working proactively to address issues resulting from the delays in the census since last year, including filing suit to provide relief to this commission. During your census update discussion on February 8th, there were questions raised about how the elections calendar might impact the redistricting calendar. And as a result, the legislature had already begun communicating with local elections officials to gather answers to those questions. As I think you all know, in the midst of that process, the Census Bureau announced a further delay in the release of redistricting data at the end of last week. Assessing the impacts of that delay is complicated and involves a lot of participants. And so while it was not possible to pull that together so quickly after the official announcement on Friday, I and others are working with the Secretary of State, with local elections officials, and the statewide database to gather this information as quickly as possible. In the interim, the CRC may wish to consider designating a committee to begin participating in stakeholder discussions. And that committee could also determine when it may be appropriate to agendize a stakeholder panel for the full body. But I do want to reiterate the legislature's commitment to working with the commission to ensure a fair and transparent redistricting process. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Do we have any questions from the commission? I have a quick question. In terms of the election cycle, we're hearing that the election may be the primary for the spring may be postponed or delayed. Is that a possibility, or is it something that is being looked at?
As I indicated, I think we're still trying to assess at this point the implications of the significant delay in the release of redistricting data from the Census Bureau. I can tell you that we are that I'm not aware of anything that has been introduced so far, but given where we are in both the legislative calendar and the relatively recent developments, that's not a surprise. But going forward, I think we're going to be looking at all options based on the delay in the release of census data and how that will impact preparations for and the conduct of the 2022 primary election.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Sidwani?
Thank you, Mr. Jones, for being here today. You had mentioned having a committee of this commission coordinate with you or the legislature in some way. Can you give us a little bit more detail about what that might entail or what that might look like? We do have a census advocacy committee, so that's why I'm just curious what all you see that as.
Sure, and certainly I wouldn't want to. I think the commission's in the best place to determine how it is best able to engage in these stakeholder discussions. So I don't want to suggest specific solutions for you, but I think generally speaking, it would be helpful as these stakeholder discussions go on to have designated points of contact at the commission that we're able to work with and make sure that those stakeholder discussions can continue in a way where the commission can be involved and be kept informed about those discussions as they are going on.
Mr. Jones, can you provide us with some information about who's participating in the stakeholder discussions?
Generally speaking, as I mentioned earlier, we've been reaching out to local elections officials in the Secretary of State's office, as well as the statewide database, as a first step to start to assess the implications of the further delay in the release of census data and trying to assess how that impacts their preparation for the conduct of the 2022 elections in the case of state and local elections officials, and in the case of the statewide database, the necessary steps that they'll need to take to prepare the database so that new district lines can be drawn. So before moving further down the line of looking at possible specific solutions that might be considered, at this point, we're still trying to assess what that 2-month additional delay in the release of census data will have on the preparation of elections officials for the conduct of the 2022 election.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? With that, I'd like to, thank you so much for joining us. I know it's a busy, you took time out of your busy calendar to join us today. So thank you, and we look forward to working with you as this progresses.
Terrific. Thank you for accommodating my schedule.
No problem. Katie, do we have any other public comments?
We do have one person in the queue. However, they have not chose to raise their hand. So if the person that is in the queue, if you would like to comment, please press *9 to indicate you would like to comment. It doesn't look like they're choosing to raise their hand, Chair, so I'm going to take that as they just want to listen in. So other than that, we do not have anybody in the queue.
Appreciate it. Thank you. So with that, we'll move on to the chair's report, where I'll go over the agenda for today. So we'll be starting off with the deputy director's report, which will take about 30 minutes, and with a discussion about outreach and grants updates. Then we'll transition over to the executive director's report, the chief counsel's report, the communications director's report. Then we around 11:45 we'll move into subcommittee updates. During that time, I'm going to ask committee members to focus on, or subcommittee members to focus on critical items, so that we can go into executive session around 3 p.m. In regards to some personnel related matters. Tomorrow we'll start at 9:30 with the outreach and collateral materials discussion, then transition to the educational outreach panel. And after that, we'll review the update from the Legal Affairs Committee, review policies, and end with the data management update. So at this point, that's the order of the agenda. Things may move as items as we go through the agenda, but this is at this point what we are planning. Thank you. With that, I'd like to move forward with the Deputy Executive Director report.
Thank you, and good morning, Commissioners. I just wanted to let you know that we have posted on the website the list of presentations. It's a handout that we have available now. It's a work in progress, just so you're aware, to show where the Commissioners have presented to the different groups. This will, in the future, be on the website, and so that's the transition that we're waiting. Once the website is up, this information will feed directly into the website, so it won't be a document per se. It lists the different presentations and which commissioners have presented. Hopefully it has everything there. If not, please let us know. Like I said, it's a work in progress. Likewise, the naming convention, we're going to work on that to make sure that we get the names of the different groups. There were some last minute changes. I do believe we'll have one more revision posted, 2/16 revision date, that just explains what LVW, League of, or LWV, League of Women Voters, and a couple of other ones where we identify exactly what the abbreviated versions stand for, so that everyone can see and understand what it is referencing. I also wanted to request that the Commissioners continue to send Marcy Kaplan their list of contacts for outreach that they've made, and like we said last meeting, we're available to help in coordinating and scheduling those events. So please, if you have any questions, do reach out to either Marcy or myself so we can help in that effort. Next, I wanted to mention that I worked on a language access flowchart. I don't have it up. I'm hoping to have it up later today or early tomorrow. For just last meeting, we were asked to look at that in the data management conversation. So I put something together. It's very brief, high level, that I'll share with the Commission. And I just wanted to point it out that it's in the works, and you'll have that soon. And originally I had talked about having more of a long-term schedule with the December 15th, but obviously that has all changed. So I'm postponing on sharing any of the scheduled activities through that time frame until the Commission decides how to proceed and how to schedule things forward. The last thing I wanted to address, I know we said 30 minutes, but I'll leave it open for some questions after this. Well, I should say, do you have any questions at this point in regards to anything I've mentioned so far? Very well. I'll proceed. So the last thing, the Commission last week asked me to look at the strategic plan and determine whether or not the grant amount of the $2.65 million could be used exclusively for the granting purposes. And after reviewing the outreach plan and looking at how we could use those funds, I can recommend that the commission utilize the entirety of all those funds for granting purposes if it decides to do so. I believe it will allow us to do a lot more outreach, as was mentioned at the last commission meeting. It's going to, with the time frame that has been now extended further, it allows us time to do more concerted effort in some of those areas that had not been previously reached, that we can work with the third party to focus on. So I really do think that we can utilize all those funds. And in regards to how we do that, Director Claypool will further explain that piece of it from the budget perspective.
So I see we have a couple questions, starting with Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
I think Commissioner Sinai was first.
Okay, Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. We're all in this together, so you could have gone. We're not going anywhere. A couple of things. Going back to when you asked if we had any questions the first time, can I recommend that people send not just their contacts, but at some point we do need some type of database where we're capturing the different conversations that we're having. So maybe just send a quick email with the name of the person who was on the call, date, and a quick summary of what was spoken. Hopefully at some point we can do a database where we can put that, but we need to capture all these conversations, as I've said in the past, for the future when we're asked what outreach did we do, who did we speak to show that we're reflecting the whole community, or all of California, not one community. The second on the grants, I think that's awesome that we have the 2 million. I just asked, we still have a budget though for civic technology. We're supposed to be exploring different ways and that we can engage people in a virtual world that helps promote that. Anything from having a phone line or the text line where people can text in their number and we call them back, or just that we were still exploring, how do we have people's faces actually when we do Zoom calls versus just the black box, because we want, to see people's facial expressions and stuff, which we've been told is really important during the public input sessions. So I just want to make sure we don't lose that in the budget, and then we're scrambling later to find money to pay for tools and equipment we may need, including a database, because I know we don't have a database. We're just using Excel spreadsheet.
So Commissioner Fernandez and then Commissioner Turner.
I'm not sure if this is for Deputy Executive Director Hernandez or maybe you, Chair Pulido. You mentioned that your plan, you're not sure because we don't know what this 2-month delay is going to do to us, what we're going to decide in terms of if we're going to stretch out our meetings or we can do more meetings. So I'm just wondering, how soon we'll have that conversation so that we can plan accordingly. I guess that was my only question. Right.
Okay. Commissioner Turner, and then I'll come back to that question.
Thank you, Chair. My question, was seeking clarification of the request made by Commissioner Sinai in regards to, I believe the conversation was around is it the events calendar that has the date, organization, et cetera, and she was asking for some more detail as far as who was in the meeting. And I wanted to know, outside of the organization, I wanted to make sure that we're not actually asking for names of everyone that's on the call. I wasn't sure what that meant because we have a who on the chart already.
Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you for asking that, Commissioner Turner. I wasn't talking about the actual events. I was talking about the other meetings that we have, the other calls that we have throughout the week between meetings. where we're trying to put together panels or do our outreach and those type of things, not those I don't, so sorry for that confusion.
And then back to Commissioner Fernandez's question. We do have time scheduled tomorrow to go over the outreach plan as well as the outreach collateral materials. So that might be the appropriate time to have a lengthier discussion on timeline, if that's to the Commission's request. Any other questions for Director Hernandez? Seeing none, we'll move over to Executive Director Claypool's report.
Good morning. We had talked about having budget projections at the start of each month, but we wanted to go ahead and do another projection starting showing you what your budget will look like if we shift this monies completely to the grants. I sent out my notes to you so that you could follow along with me. So the first thing I'd like to say is that I posted the letter authorizing the release of your funds, and we will have the full release of those funds by the end of this week, so that we can start utilizing the $2,065,000 for whatever purposes the Commission chooses to use them for. Assuming that the Commission decides that they wish to have the full amount placed into grants, I posted up a new revised budget. If you would all like to go on and see it, if everybody has it up, I can start explaining what has changed. We're good? Really, the only change is if you go down into outreach, you'll see that we've shifted $565,000 more into your grants. Everything else remains the same. Now, the question that Commissioner Kennedy had last week regarding shifting the per diems into our operational funds, after we shift the entire $2,065,000 into grants, everything else that we have is operational funds. That's our only other bucket of funding. So that's where we pushed all of those expenses. If you go down and you go to the very bottom of the projection, you'll see that additional $500,000 has now increased our estimated shortfall to $7,162,000. That was anticipated. We had always anticipated that we would need additional funds. What I would like to stress in this is that this does not incorporate this 2-month expansion in our time frame. I worked with John Fitzpatrick, who is our budget director, and we also worked with the Department of Finance, and what we have decided to do is to forego our April letter, which would have sent over the original amount that we were estimating to be over, and instead we are going to move on to the second part of the process, which is called the May revision. And in the May, I'll ask John to explain the May revision to you. John?
Good morning, everyone. Certainly a lot of shifting sands and moving parts associated with this process, presumably certainly more than expected. Director Claypool was referencing different points at which proposals can be made and publicly released for consideration as part of the budget process. There are two formal points in the process. We call the first one April 1 finance letters. There's a second one, by definition, the May revision is in the month of May. It allows for more time to consider the changes and the impact of the changes associated with this most recent delay. And we've sought feedback from the Department of Finance to allow for a delay in our submission so that we could submit a more refined proposal. If in fact it doesn't take as long as necessary or as long as currently projected, there may be the opportunity to submit something in between, which is reflective of the flexibility that I think that all parties involved in this situation are inclined to provide. You will see that there are changes in the budget document as we consider different scenarios, as we refine different costs, both projected and actual. And as always, if anyone has any questions either during the meeting or afterwards, please reach out.
So the upshot of this is that we have several opportunities to reach out and ask for additional funds. When we take into what the staff needs now from this commission is a determination as to how you intend to spend this additional 2 months. I know that Director Hernandez is waiting for your ideas. There are a lot of different scenarios. When we get them, we will plug them into this equation, and undoubtedly it will push that red line number closer to an $8 million shortfall, because we're going to have to consider additional operational costs for staff, as well as the potential for additional meeting costs and so forth, whether they're educational and engagement or CORE related for this commission. We have sacrificed nothing in the budget on our estimates for the data management. That we still have an estimated amount placed in there for that. We also have estimated amounts placed in for all of your meetings in this budget through June 30th, 2022. So we have projected as closely as we can, and now we just need those additional contract amounts. That will refine it. So the line drawer, the VRA council, and so forth, and our data manager and our data analyst. And then finally, just how you wish to proceed. So are there any questions at this point? Okay. All right. John's already reported on the our decision to forego the immediate submission of the April letter. More time will just give us better numbers. It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that we've lost an opportunity. Both the Department of Finance and the legislative contacts that we work with on the Joint Legislative Budget Committee are not only aware of the difficulties that we're facing in doing our budget and doing our scheduling, but are also very proactive in assisting us in making sure that we will get funded to the level that we need to be funded at, as long as we can support it. And I'm sure that we will be able to, seeing as we make our own agenda. Any questions about that? Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Director Claypool. And this probably is germane to the previous question. I'm not seeing any funding in the budget, and I may just be missing it, and you can point me to it, but I'm not seeing anything in the budget for interpretation services during business meetings. We have for outreach meetings, we have for public input sessions, but I'm not seeing anything for our regular meetings. So for example, when we had the Somali and Oromo interpreters at the recent meeting for the Q&A, what line item is that coming out of? And are we planning to have interpretation services available in future business meetings? Thank you.
So we had broken it out for the outreach meetings because we saw the immediate need for anywhere where you are at or any public meeting. There isn't anything in this. We would have, for those particular instances in your public meetings themselves, we were just planning on absorbing that into an operational cost. However, we can add a line in there and separate out expenses for that if the commission would like to see that as a line item. I just simply didn't anticipate it being a great deal of money, and so we were just absorbing it. Should it be a line item?
I'm not even seeing where it would be absorbed. But I think we need a line item for it. I've said since July that I think we need to be providing interpretation services during our business meetings that we have not yet so far.
So we have, it would be under contract services because is where we would place it. We do have, you'll see ASL and the transcription services and so forth are there. That's where we would place it. And if the commission would like us to put an additional line item there, we'll place one and we'll make an estimate.
Commissioner Sinai and then Commissioner Akutagawa.
On that same note, there are things that we could learn from the other redistricting commissions at the local levels. I noticed just last week that the San Diego Redistricting Commission, because it's supported by the county and the county already has the infrastructure set up, but they have their agenda in all the languages that they've committed to. And so I really think that we need to, if we had, as Commissioner Kennedy has said, we've been going on for 5 months, almost 6 months, and we still haven't quite figured out how to translate make our agendas more accessible. So if at minimum, I would like to see us do that piece.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
Just following up on Commissioner Kennedy's comment and as well as Commissioner Sinai's, Director Claypool, I guess just for clarification, because I know that Commissioner Fernandez and I did work on this part, in terms of the interpretation services, I know that what we proposed and what was agreed upon was that we would be able to provide interpreter services for public comment during our business meetings as well as the public input meetings. And in terms of the translation of documents, that would be in the 12 languages that we also propose. So in follow-up to that, are you saying that the interpretation services for the public comment would be part of contract services, and that I guess the question I also have is, I heard you say it wouldn't be that much, but I know that there is a desire and there has been a request, but we did make a decision not to provide simultaneous or interpretation of the entire meeting due to cost being one of them. I guess because we'd have to engage more than one interpreter for each language because one person can't interpret a whole day meeting by themselves, and it just must be exhausting having to do that. So I'm just trying to understand, is it not as cost prohibitive as I guess I was led to believe, or are you talking about something else? I think I'm looking for some clarification here. And then maybe that will also connect with what Commissioner Sinai was talking about, because I am curious as to whether or not in San Diego they're providing, I'm going to call it simultaneous translation. It's not really simultaneous, but interpretation of the entire meetings. And I'm curious as to how they're providing it and making it somewhat within, I guess, budget.
So before this conversation, we've had one request for interpretation through your public meetings. We certainly have a substantial budget in for your actual outreach because we anticipated needing to do the translations. We also have we'll have a substantial budget for your data management because we'll have a lot of translation, or the bulk of our translation, whatever it is, will occur there, and we have encumbered an amount that we believe will cover that entire process. I was unaware until right now that we wanted to translate our agendas beyond this. I know that there's been discussion. I didn't realize that there had been a decision, and possibly you can inform me. if the commission chooses to expand to 12 languages, similar to San Diego, then now we do need a line item, because that would be significantly more expensive than anything that we had anticipated for these meetings. If we go beyond that, and we're going to also have simultaneous translation or anything else, then that would be also an expansion. And so if you let us know exactly how you want to proceed with these meetings, and there will be about, my estimate on these meetings moving forward, there will be about 115 more. So if we are translating across to to June 30th, 2022, that's just my estimate. If we are going that far, then we need to know exactly how you want to proceed.
So we have a couple comments from Commissioner Fernandez and then Kennedy.
In terms of the agendas being translated in the 12 languages, that was not part of our recommendation for language access. And in terms of simultaneous interpretation of our meetings, that also was not part of our recommendation. That would be above and beyond what we recommended. And as Executive Director Claypool mentioned, that will increase our costs significantly. So that's, and again, if you're gonna go down the route of interpreter services for the entire meeting, if that's what the commission is wanting, again, it would require the 5 business day advance notice at least. And it's not that I'm recommending that at all right now. I just wanted to clarify what our recommendation was.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. I definitely appreciate the work that the subcommittee did in bringing forward its recommendations. There's another side to this that I am very eager to hear. I had shared some of my research onto language access requirements with Chief Counsel Marshall, looking at the legal requirement side of the question. And so I'm wondering if Chief Counsel Marshall has any results or opinions at this point on what we are legally required to provide. Thank you.
I don't
Chief Counsel?
have any comment on that right now, but soon.
Commissioner Kutagawa?
I do want to echo what Commissioner Fernandez says. I think where I was coming from is I just wanted to clarify. Also, one other thing I wanted to mention is that we did briefly consider and we're looking at it, and there's some, I guess, other questions that I would have in terms of providing full interpretation of our meetings, as much as I think that would be wonderful. I am aware, at least, and I would welcome any comments from anybody who would have any other ideas or resources. I know that Zoom allows for some Zoom rooms to be used for translations, but there is a limit of up to 5 languages. So I think there's some technological kind of challenges that at least, in terms of our kind of limited knowledge, that we were contending with as well too. And so that's why I do say that it's not that we're opposed to it, or at least from a subcommittee perspective, it wasn't because we were opposed to it. We're just looking at some of the challenges that we were looking at, and we were trying to search for other ways in which it might be provided. But again, I think we were open to other resources that might be out there, especially if technology can allow something. But I did want to just say that it wasn't for a complete lack of trying as well too. And I think, well, anyways, if there's a better solution, we would love to know it. Otherwise, we're just trying to, I think we're just trying to balance many different kind of factors.
So once we have a legal opinion from the chief counsel, perhaps that can go to our language access committee as well, so they can take a look at that and come back with recommendations. Commissioner Sinai?
I want to apologize. That you're right that we did discuss this when we looked at the language access and the recommendations, and I think I kept looking at it as the meetings going forward, not necessarily our business meetings. So my apologies that I didn't look at it more encompassing. So I look forward to hearing what the legal access, what the legal opinion is, as well as it. I still feel that at least if we could think about the agenda in a few of the languages, translating parts of it, I definitely agree that simultaneous translation, unless we know we have enough, but I definitely appreciate all that you all did and do understand the burden. So my apologies for not realizing. That's on me.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Lamont?
I was just going to say that I'd like the subcommittee to look at the value of translating the agenda without the support services for the meeting. So I just want you to really think about that. I'm not in favor of just translating an agenda to say that we translated an agenda. If the person can't participate in the business meeting because of language barrier, then what's the point of having an agenda translated? So I would consider that to be a waste of resources. So that's just my opinion, and I'm asking the subcommittee to consider that as they come back with any revised recommendations.
Thank you, Commissioner Lamont. Any other comments? Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I'd also like the subcommittee to consider, and this may be something different as we move forward, if there are areas or if there are agenda items that would specifically relate perhaps to a particular language, then we would consider having interpretation services available or translating that in whatever the language is. And so if we can start thinking maybe about specific times, that will at least show forth an effort on our part where maybe it's not something broad for another 115 meetings, but indeed in areas where we can kind of know in advance that this would be of particular interest, we can consider that. And then the second point, I'm wondering, we've talked a lot about video services and having advertisement or kind of marketing and in different language or just for the commission period. But I'm wondering if we can get that done, number one, and then have maybe some videos translated and available that just explains the process and different points of entry for different languages that people can at least pull upon and see at their leisure what's going on within the commission in language.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Any other comments before we move on? Just one point back to Commissioner Kennedy's original point about the line item budget. It probably does make sense to break out the interpretation costs for business meetings, just so that we know where it's at in the operations budget and the amount we're spending on it.
So the amount that we'll Chair, that we'll be spending on it will just be our estimate on the amount of usage that we anticipate. We can put that line item in, but we do need to have a definitive decision by this commission as to whether we're going to have different agendas in different languages and so forth, and how many of them, because that's what's going to push that number. So we'll put the line item in and we'll make an estimate against what we anticipate at our current level with only the agenda in English, and then we can expand it as we move forward.
Thank you. Any other items on your report, Commissioner Claypool?
I do have two more. Did everyone receive their computers? And no one destroyed their old computer. We need those back. So I'm glad that you all received your computers. If you could ship the other ones back, we have uses for them. I know that at one point there was a discussion about wanting to do many things with them, but we can have a better use for them here. And then I placed an updated organizational chart on the meeting materials, and this chart represents basically the final construct of the commission staff from the perspective of your senior managers. There may be some different changes in it as we move forward, but for now, that's pretty much what your final commission staffing is envisioned to be. And if you have any questions whatsoever, both Director Hernandez and myself can answer them.
Commissioner Turner?
I was just responding, no new computer received.
Oh.
Commissioner Kutagawa, then Commissioner Kennedy.
Yeah, I did not receive I did get an email saying that it's coming, but I did not receive it yet.
Okay.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Mine is due to arrive at my mailbox today. So I have not seen it yet. I picked up something else yesterday, so it had not yet arrived yesterday, but it should arrive sometime today.
Okay, so we will, Commissioner Turner, we'll track yours. We insured everything and we have the tracking number, so we'll track yours. Commissioner Kutagawa, if you said you hadn't received yours, but you had received notice, no notice?
I got notice from a staff person saying that a computer has been shipped out, but I'm not sure exactly when it's going to arrive. I also asked about the files that I currently have on the current laptop, and she said that I just would be responsible for transferring it from one laptop to the other. So I'm also trying to figure out how I'm going to do that.
If you need help, clearly we can provide that assistance. You're not on your own. Just as soon as you get your computer, call us and we can work that through. We will track both of your computers, and then Commissioner Kennedy, if there's any delay on yours, let us know, please.
Commissioner Fernandez, did I see your hand?
Yeah. Commissioner Kutagawa, I did it the old-fashioned way. Since this is my third computer, I just emailed the files to me. But you can also do thumb drive, so it's like old-fashioned.
Yeah, I was trying to avoid that. I was hoping there was like an easy sync. That's why I said that. But I might just get an external hard drive and move it from that onto the other one, just to make the movement easier.
Right. And then I did want to say thank you so much for the org chart, Executive Director Claypole. I appreciate it. I don't know for anyone else, but the white writing on the pink is really hard for me to read. So maybe in future, could we maybe make it like black writing? Because I printed it out and I honestly could not read it. So I have to have it on my computer. And would it be possible to kind of go through the org chart just to see what everybody does? I mean, I know what everybody does, but it's just kind of getting all,
certainly
mixed in my brain. Thank you.
Okay.
So before we do that, can we, Commissioner Ahmed, and then we can go through the organizational chart.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to say you can just dump everything into your drive, your Google Drive and your email, and then you don't have to transfer anything over because it's all in the cloud, if that makes sense. Yeah?
Great advice. Director Claypool?
Certainly. I see. So I will tell you that the printing on this was different prior to the ADA compliant review that was done by Director Seha. But we can work with that because I'm certain that the ADA is going to allow us to make sure that you can actually read it. So if we look at this chart, nothing has changed from the commission and the rotating chair and the different committees. We broke out outreach and engagement and the legal affairs committees because they actually have specific ties to different staff persons, whereas the other committees work through the chair. Just if we go to the left side of the screen and we look at Deputy Executive Director Hernandez's outreach plan, I'm going to see if he would like to run through that, or I can. Are you good? Me? Okay. So we have the Communications Director, Mr. Seja, and we have our Communications Manager, Ms. Reyes. You're aware of what they're doing. We have now hired our outreach coordinator, Ms. Topete, and she will be working with our outreach manager, Ms. Kaplan. Ms. Kaplan will also be the individual who is in charge of your grant, overseeing your grants and your one contract to make sure that we're getting the documentation we need there. Originally, we had a grants manager on the other side of the outreach coordinator, but we have switched that to a translation coordinator. And this person would have the responsibility of ensuring that all translations are occurring, and not only with the data management, but also with the material that would get pushed out into the community through your engagement and educational meetings and your actual input meetings, your COI and post-census meetings. You'll have a lot of material there. The last commission only pushed out material in about 4 languages, but it was a constant push to make sure that we had flyers and different sets of information so that people who were at the meetings knew what what the mission of the commission was and how many people were supposed to be in each one of the districts and so forth. Below the outreach coordinator, you see the concept for your lead people out in the field. You have a field lead and a field staff person for the north, the central, the south, and the south. I apologize. The field staff assistant below the north should say north. There will be 2 people per kind of zone. The reason there are 4 people in the south is because there's so many more of your meetings will be concentrated in the south. And you'll have people who will be working out of San Diego and people who will be working out of LA. These people, these individuals will be, we will go to a flyer for them so that people can apply for these, and then we will go through and select by application to make sure that that everyone has an opportunity to serve this commission, and then they will set up the different locations if you should choose to have locations where people come in to actually give testimony. They will also assist the commissioners who go out for their engagement if you need assistance in those different meetings. Once the commission's meetings really get going, and if we have the opportunity to actually go out to areas and set up sites, maybe up to 3 sites, then we would use the student assistants that are in that giant pool. We would hire them on, and they would basically become more of a labor source for these field staff people so that they can get the meeting set up wherever they're at. In the first iteration of this commission, we had about 5 people who would go to every one of the sites. They only set up one site at a time, and it was quite a production. They would arrive at about 7 in the morning for a 9 a.m. Start for the commission. The commission would typically have a business meeting. Then they would end up having a public meeting. If that public meeting usually lasted till about 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. And then when they left, they would make sure the commissioners all got to their hotels and so forth, and they would break down at about the the completion would be about midnight or 1 o'clock. So they would be there for 12 to 13 hours at each site. We won't have that with this, our new, more of a COVID environment, our Zoom environment, but there will still be a significant amount of labor for these individuals. So before I just keep jumping around, does anybody have any question about this part of the flow, the organizational chart?
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yeah, just a quick question on your translation coordinator. What about interpretation? I mean, I don't know if that's where it's going to sit, but if so, can we maybe make it more of like a language access? So it includes both?
It should be, Alvaro just said, it should be changed to a language access coordinator. It will be dual function. Any other questions?
Commissioner Sinai?
Just clarification, the field assistants are new, right? We had talked about the field lead people before, but we hadn't discussed the assistants. Is that correct, or am I still fuzzy today?
We had actually discussed all along the need for using students in some capacity. So the leads are the important part of this equation. The people in the student assistants are really just general labor. They are people to help just move things and set equipment up and so forth. All of those will be under personal services contracts. In the previous commission, we had, I think, about 25 to 30 of them, various stages. They get then we had a $5,000 limit. This time we'll have a $9,999 limit. We bill them we pay them by the hour, and then when they get close to their ending point, we go ahead and terminate their contract. We also last time, and I would like to continue the tradition this time, we gave them a plaque, or not a plaque, but a little thing that they could frame that had all of your signatures on it that said, "Thank you very much for helping the commission." And last time, at least 2/3 of those people who work for us used this commission as kind of a reference for getting into colleges as their community service work. So you're also going to see the labor source up under data management as well.
So I just wanted.
Fornasari?
Oh, wait.
Sinai and then Fornasari.
Sorry, I needed that clarification. So if the field staff assistants are student assistants, the way it's written right now, it makes it look like there's 3 layers. And so we may want to clarify that we'll have field staff assistants that are students, and then we may have additional student assistants, but just to make that clear. I also wanted, and this is where I was kind of not on board about talking about what does our schedule look like moving forward and waiting till tomorrow, because I think there's a lot of questions that are going to keep coming up without actually addressing the elephant in the room. But when we know our schedule, then I think we should put dates of when we're going to be rolling out these hires, because we may not need them all right up front. We may need them in different ways. So I just want us to acknowledge that.
So in our budget, in the projected budget, they are brought on waves. We know what months they're coming on. We know what months they're going off. So your budget right now reflects that. We can certainly give you more of an idea of how that's going to occur, what months. We could even put it into the flow chart. Your student assistants are going to be they're going to have about a 6-month, now possibly 8-month duration. Those are layers, Commissioner Sinai. Your field leads are AGPAs, those are Associate Government Program Analysts. Your field staff are Staff Service Analysts, those are hires. We'll bring the Staff Service Analysts on for approximately 10 months. We'll bring those field leads on for approximately 1 year. They will be responsible for wrapping up all of the material that they collected in all of their respective areas and making sure that it's ready to be transferred to the State Archive.
Commissioner Furnishari.
Yeah, so just to be clear, Commissioner Sinai, yes, that layer is new, and those are employees. And so, just to be clear, yes and yes.
Director Claypool, can you go over maybe high level for the next two areas? And we also have Commissioner Turner, who if Commissioner Turner and then Commissioner Claypool or Director Claypool.
Yeah, just real quick, I wondered, was there any overlap in the student labor force that would be used at the bottom under the SSAs and the ones that will be used for data manager? Will they be one and the same, or any cross use there?
The ones that are below the actual field services, those will be coming out of the areas that that those staff people are working in. So if we have a field lead and a field staff assistant that are working out of San Diego, we would assume that they would pick up their assistants out of that area. Similarly, Los Angeles, similarly the Central Valley, similarly up north. It isn't inconceivable that they could cross over. They were just labeled here because they're different functions. I would say that when we move up to the data manager and that staff, those temporary labor student assistants have to have a different skill set. Now that doesn't mean that the ones that are also helping with the meetings wouldn't have a skill set that allowed them to do a lot of computer work, a lot of scanning and so forth to put it into the Airtable or whatever system the data management subcommittee decides to use. But it is envisioned that they would have a different skill set, and that the ones up there are approximately 12 of them slated for those positions, and that would, as you see, says data input conversion, and below that it should say translation. It got lost as well, so another thing that needs to be fixed. But those individuals are going to be shifting the things over to the translation, the language access coordinator, making sure it gets translated, putting it back into the data management tool so that we can see both the original and the translated copy if that's what the data management team chooses to do, and then making sure that the language then gets input so that our data analyst can use the information to inform the commission. That's that function there.
Commissioner Lamont, then Sinai.
I had a question for Commissioner Fornashari in that clarification. I mean, is there an implication in that statement? Because, yeah, I'm trying to understand that.
No, there's no implication. I just wanted to provide clarity that line, Dan answered a different question than Commissioner Sinai asked. So I just want to provide clarity. That's all.
So did these things go to the administration subcommittee and was reviewed? I guess that's what I want to be clear on, is it seemed to me that was to suggest that there's something there that we don't know about or something that's just shown up. So that's what I want to make sure that's not what I don't interpret as that was the case, but I want to make sure that that's not what we're trying to say here. So that goes back to even Commissioner Sinai's question, because it sounds as if there was like, these are new positions, or I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page so that we're clear about the hires and what we've agreed to and all of that stuff. And I feel like sometimes we ask questions and there's something behind it and we should be really explicit. So that's what I'm hoping for here.
Commissioner Fernandez and then Furnishari.
And just in response to Commissioner Lamont's, Director Claypool did share the org chart with us, but that in no means says that Commissioner Fornashari and I approve or agree with all of the positions. And that's why I'm asking that it be brought forward, because if you have any questions with any of the positions that are added, and I will say for my part, I was surprised that there were so many positions that were going to be for field staff. I didn't realize that that was the number when the outreach plan was shared with us. So they did share it with us. We're not saying we approved it, but that's why we're going through it. Does that help? Kind of.
Commissioner Furnishari, then Sinai.
Oh, I think Commissioner Fernandez covered it.
Okay, Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. To answer Commissioner Lamont's, it was just a surprise to me, having worked closely with the outreach staff. I had only heard about field leads. I had not heard about the field staff assistants, and that's why I honestly was like, okay, did I miss something? The only question I have for staff is, when we discussed the field leads, you were clear that the salary wasn't high enough to hire the folks that you would like that were equivalent to what the census had in some of those areas. And now we're hiring a second person, which I'm guessing is going to be even less, the salary is going to be even less. And so I'm wondering, sometimes we hire more versus hiring better. And if do we need to hire, what was the thinking now that we're increasing the budget for staff, not to just increase the salaries and bring in more student assistants or something along the lines? Because I just know that when we spoke, you all were like, we would love to get that type, but we don't have the salary for that.
Commissioner or Director Hernandez, do you have a response?
Yes, those two positions, the lead and the support staff, were both included in the outreach plan. So that was discussed. The only thing that was different, based on comments from the commissioners, is that we needed to have an additional South representation because there's so many people in the South. So we added an additional lead and support staff. But originally, we've always had that lead and support staff in the different zones per se, North, Central, and South. We just added the additional South, call it South 1 or South 2, to reflect the need because of the such high population and such demand there.
Commissioner Lamont.
I just wanted to say that's what I recollect is what Director Hernandez just said. But I am concerned to hear that the subcommittee, I guess there's a procedural question for me, because I know we've really, as a matter of practice, supported the subcommittees and by and large supported their recommendations. So I'm a little bit taken aback by something being put in front of us that the subcommittee, I don't know if they're really on board with. As a matter of fact, I'm kind of hearing that they may not be. And so I would have expected the subcommittee to bring those concerns forward and not have it play out with just a document being put in front of the whole commission and then the commission kind of reacting to it. And that's just, sort of my interpretation of the expectations of the oversight that the various subcommittees are operating with in their respective categories. So I'm still a little unclear as to where the subcommittee directly is coming from as it relates to these hires and org chart that's being put in front of us. And do we have a formal, I don't recall if we needed to vote on any changes like that. Like if we feel there are substantive changes that we need to vote on, then we should do it so that we just don't move forward with complete confusion or, not on at least understanding where we stand on the personnel of our team.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, in response to that, the subcommittee doesn't have authority to approve additional positions. And this is what we saw as additional positions. And that's why it's being brought forward and being discussed, whether or not we feel this is appropriate. There was another, I wanted to respond. And I guess another response or question that I have regarding the commission as a whole is during meetings, like one of us will make a comment, like at one of the meetings, somebody said we need more, one commissioner said we need more positions for the South. So because one commissioner says it, is that automatically a given? I guess I just, I go back and forth where there's one or two people, they make recommendations, and then sometimes they're taken, sometimes they're not taken. So I guess I'm just trying to understand moving forward, isn't it something that then the chair has to direct whether or not, we're going to add more positions? Or earlier we took comments from Commissioner Lamont and Turner in terms of what they want the language access subcommittee to do. I mean, that's fine, we can look into it, but I guess I'm just wondering what procedurally, there's 14 of us and we've got different opinions, and I guess I'm just kind of at a standstill. If someone says something, then it goes, it's good. I guess I'm just trying to understand how we move forward.
Commissioner Lamont.
My thoughts were that not that the subcommittees have blanket authority, but in some cases we have given specific authority to subcommittees as appropriate. My minimal expectation is that subcommittees is bringing forward recommendations. They're to me like the Hawkeye on the situation. So it's not that we're saying you have to make a decision, but that you're the closest to the issue. And so you bring the issue forward to the broader commission with any of your concerns and recommendations, whatever that is, whether you feel that you recommend that we have a vote on something, you recommend that something be strongly considered. And if my request was taken as a directive, I want to clarify that because it wasn't intended to be. It was, as I understood it, is the subcommittee for the language subcommittee was going to be evaluating some additional information that was received and coming back. So I was inviting you to consider the agenda translations without having support in terms of interpretation in meetings, whether that was a good use of resource. It simply was that, an invitation. It certainly wasn't a directive for you to do anything. But if we're asking that we ask the chair, because I could say, Chair, could you please ask the subcommittee to do that? I certainly am open to that as well. But I do think that to your point, Commissioner Fernandez, I do think that sometimes we operate different ways. And so I think having some clarity on how we should really operate will make things, I think, run more smoothly.
Thank you. Any other comments on this issue? Commissioner Sidwani.
I so appreciate this conversation. And I think for me, it gets to something that's kind of been on my mind for quite some time. And that is, if we step back and take a bird's eye view, we developed the subcommittee structure given the various constraints on our ability to work together, right? So we have so many subcommittees of 2 people because then we can operate between one meeting and the next to get things done. However, I think what has begun to occur is that we have subcommittees that are overlapping in their responsibilities. And so it's very challenging for me to always see where does the responsibility of one end and another begin. Language access has something to do with community outreach. Community outreach has staffing needs that has to do with finance and administration. And so I see, there's so many overlaps. And I'm not suggesting that we have a full-blown conversation about this now, but I think we should start thinking about what are alternatives to that. From the experience of creating the Legal Affairs Committee, there are definitely pros and cons to having larger committees. However, it does allow the opportunity for more than 2 commissioners to collaborate in public. And whatever the committee comes up with ultimately still comes back to the full commission for a final decision, right? The committees do not work autonomously. So I'll just put that out there as something perhaps to think about as we continue to move forward, because I do see there's so many overlaps occurring. And perhaps that's something that could help ameliorate that problem.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I see us, having a couple of ways to accomplish things. Subcommittees make recommendations to the full commission. Staff can also make recommendations to the full commission. Ultimately, whether we hire not just a particular individual, but a whole category of people is going to be up to the commission, unless we fully delegate that authority to the executive director. Now, we've spoken at times about trusting the executive director to know what staff is needed and bring and manage the staff that he feels necessary to the process. So, yes, there's some degree of fuzziness to all of this. I would say, looking at this chart, I take this as a recommendation for the full commission's consideration, and then we decide what to do with it. I don't see it necessarily as a fait accompli. We just, this is put in front of us as the recommendation of the senior staff, and at some point we should probably take action on it. Thank you.
Commissioner Lamont.
I think that's a fair interpretation. However, had Commissioner Fernandez not asked to walk through it, we wouldn't even be having this conversation, quite frankly. So I think that to your point, Commissioner Kennedy, and I'm of the personal opinion that we have entrusted the executive director to make his hiring decisions. And I'm good with it as it is personally. I really more raised the questions that I've raised based upon questions from fellow commissioners who seem to be in a different position on it. And again, I think my central point is being explicit. And so for me, if I'm the subcommittee of the admin subcommittee and I see a chart and that's my purview and I have concerns about it, I think that committee should bring those concerns. Any commissioner should bring any concerns. So I'm not saying it's just the subcommittee's responsibility, but I do see a greater responsibility on the subcommittee, to use my Hawkeye reference again, is that you're really looking at this potentially at a different depth than maybe some of the rest of us are, because we're looking at other things on whatever subcommittee we're on. So that's the only position that I'm coming from. So I guess the question at this point is, do we have a problem with the staffing plan or the chart that's put forward? And if so, why don't we highlight it and solve it? And then if we don't, how do we move on? So.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, in response to Commissioner Lamont's, that is specifically why I asked to go over the org chart, because I did have issues with it in terms of the positions. And you're right, if I hadn't said anything, we wouldn't have gone through it. But that's why I asked to review it so that we could go through it and see how everybody else felt about the position. So thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez, can you elaborate your concerns with the org chart?
Oh, my concerns were that I don't remember the outreach plan that Deputy Director Hernandez. I don't remember it being 8 positions in terms of four AGP, Associate Government Program Analysts, and 4 Staff Services Analysts. I thought it was just 4 total. not 8. So that's what my concern was, that it just seemed to be more. And actually the first one was that he showed was 3. And then someone mentioned wanting another one for South, but I don't remember agreeing, that being brought forward and agreeing to that as a full commission. So, and again, I could have missed it, which is it could happen, obviously. So yeah, that was my concern. And the only other, and I'm not sure the concerns with Commissioner Fornashari, we had discussed the positions as well. And my only other concern were not concern, but questions were the 2 RAs for the chief counsel. And after it was explained to me what they were for, it was more of, if needed, if additional assistance in the legal area was needed, they could hire some a couple of retired annuitants, which was similar to which was done with the last commission. So I was okay with that. They weren't going to be permanent positions. So that was mainly my concern.
Just a quick question to the committee. Do you have any recommendations for the org chart? Or is it just raising the concerns?
I don't have any recommendations. I just, it is different than it was before. I mean, I just am trusting in Deputy Executive Director Hernandez that he's thought through the requirements and needs the extra staff.
I believe Commissioner Sinai had her hand up, and then Commissioner Anderson.
I have gone back to just to clarify for those who were confused. I did go back to the plan that was presented to us all, and it said staff in North, Central, and South. It never, it just said field staff, which could be plural or not plural. But it was presented in a way that it looked like it would just be 3. And so that's where some of the confusion comes in. There wasn't the separating out the lead and the assistant. And I'm still concerned about quality versus quantity based on salaries and whatnot. But I trust, I know that the team has really thought this through. But I want the team to hear that, the subcommittees and the commissioners are there to help them think it through as well as bring it forward. So anyway, I could see where people heard it and saw it in different ways is all I wanted to say.
Okay, so I'd like to get to resolution soon. Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you. Yes, I had a procedural question. If we do see this and okay, that's not clear, I don't quite understand, we bring it up now? How are we, and who do we bring it to? If it's more details, are we supposed to try to work all this through right now? Or we say, well, wait a sec, this section is missing. And then we go and work with what's the subcommittee, the executive director. I'm sort of there's a procedural question in that. And that's, I guess, first, because then I have 2 areas I don't like, why did this change and there's an area missing as I see it. So
Commissioner Anderson, are you referring to the outreach org chart?
The chart itself, there's a shift, and then there's some changes which occurred, and I'm wondering why. And there's an area that I think has not been fleshed out and needs to be put on. And it's obviously an area that hasn't really been fleshed out, so it's not here. So that's a bit more, I can bring it up and sort of say, hey, in a more vague sense, but then who would work through that? Procedurally, is this came from the executive director, so it goes to the executive director to work out, and then back to the subcommittee or to the subcommittee to work with executive director? It's a procedural thing. What is the process on the chart like this?
Commissioner or Director Claypool.
Lots of questions to answer. To start with, its draft. This was a reflection of me asking the staff to look at where we're headed, and to give us their idea of what they thought we would need. With regards to the field staff assistant, that was added in because you can't have two different locations unless you have two people who are actually state employees at those locations. And so you couldn't send a student to a location to set it up for you. You would have to have at least a staff person to do that. So if this envisioned that if you decided to have two different places where people might come in and give you public input, you would have two different people who could meet the qualifications to oversee those staff persons while they were there. All these people, none of these people are hired. In fact, we're probably on the field leads, we're probably a month away from hiring them. On the assistants, even further out. They don't need to be hired if you suddenly decide that you don't want to have multiple locations. On the actual salary structures, yes, Commissioner Sinai, we were worried about being able to pay people so that we would have a quality person. These two positions, AGPA and SSA, are significantly higher than the positions we paid at last time to do the same functions. So we've already taken that into consideration to make sure that we can get a quality person into those positions. And then finally, some of them, like the data manager, we simply put that in, and the translation coordinator, because we knew that the commission was talking about having a need for those positions, and so we put it so you could take a look at it. However, with the exception of the hires that are in blue, there's nothing written in stone here. It is just what staff envisioned their needs would be, and now we're looking for this commission to give us what your vision is.
Sorry, could I continue? Okay, I didn't.
Mr. Anderson.
I didn't mean to go through those specifics of that chart. That wasn't. Thank you, Dan. That was a little superfluous. There are two areas where I see this. Is the one question is the communications director, Seha. That should, as I understand, you're kind of thinking, it's outreach, but it's certainly not only outreach, and yet he has been moved now from. There's executive director, deputy director, chief marshal, and the communication director, because obviously we need communications not just to deal with outreach. It has to deal with any announcements that come out of anything. So I was surprised that he was sort of then moved under the outreach, and I'd ask for that to be shifted back up. And then what is missing here, and I think it's very important, is essentially like, it's not really a tech group, but it essentially is. We've kind of lost the line drawer and data subcommittees who would coordinate with the line drawer, with our two consultants and the data manager in terms of getting the commission directly involved. That sort of whole tree is not here. And that really needs to be fleshed out, because that is going to be vital for our communications and moving forward in the actual line drawing process. The pathway here is too circuitous. It's going to, and we will not have time for that. We need to be efficient and like a well-oiled machine by the time we get that data in our hands, the census data. And I think that area needs to be fleshed out. And so, and that's why I'm wondering who would I bring that up with? Is that Dan or, Neil and Alicia, or, the other commissioners? So if I could get a bit of direction on that, or what other people think.
So what I'm thinking at this point, and Director Claypool, please, and the committee, please let me know if you agree, is that any feedback, this is a draft org chart. And it sounds like Director Claypool and staff are looking for feedback from the commission. So if commissioners have a feedback on the work chart, to send that to Director Claypool. who will work with the committee on updating and making recommendations, dealing with some of these concerns and coming back to the commission at the next meeting. Does that make, is that a next appropriate meeting? Does that make sense as a process, or Director Claypool and committee?
That makes sense, Chair. I just want to make one comment. When we put this together, it was more of a reporting structure. It wasn't that we're so small. Director Ceja knows he branches all the way across this. It was just who reports to whom, who has a responsibility to write the evaluation when it comes time for your yearly evaluations. That was what this was more intended to be, although the translation coordinator just kind of got added in there, but would be functionally under Ms. Kaplan. But yes, we're looking for your suggestions. We have the line drawer up near the commission, because when I had it in a line and staff function originally, I was told that the line drawer would report directly to the commission. And I assume that would be the same relationship with the data analyst. So there are many places that we need to tie together here, but I will be happy to take all of your suggestions and try to incorporate it into a.
So I'd also ask all of the committees to review the org chart in light of the work that they're doing and give feedback from that perspective as well, so that that any work that needs to get done that may not be incorporated or is not incorporated the way that that you have envisioned gets reviewed by the director, staff, and the committee, the administration committee. Commissioner Lamont.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to suggest to Director Claypool that in the future, maybe framing it up the way you want us to receive it will be important, because while the document is listed as a draft organizational chart in its naming, in your notes, it says the final construct. So there is a contradiction there. And so I just want to bring that to your attention. And I think that creates some of the confusion because the notes don't reflect what you just articulated and what you were expecting from us in presenting this org chart. So I just thank you for that.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
I don't know if this is necessary or unnecessary, but I know that some of the subcommittees are on the org chart, some of them are not, and just given the interconnectedness of them, I hate to say this, I think they should all be placed on this org chart in some form, so that then we can also ensure that that interconnection is also reflected, especially in light of the comments around the line drawer. And since I have the floor, I'm just going to make a comment that the data analyst should probably be reporting to the data manager, because they're going to be working together. And I'm also curious, and I think this is what Commissioner Anderson was also getting to, is what's the role between the data analyst, the data manager, but also the IT manager. I know that the IT manager is for the whole entire system, but is there going to be any kind of dotted line relationship to each other? And last comment I'll make is, I know that Director Claypool, you were just reflecting, I guess, I think I heard you say reporting structures or however the performance review is going to be done. I think for the sake of clarity, also in terms of positionality, I think that that should also be reflected. I'm not sure if Director Ceja and Chief Counsel Marshall are at the same level. I can't remember what we as a commission were envisioning, but I think all of the managers should be also on a separate level, because right now it looks like Ms. Kaplan and Mr. Ceja are at the same level, which technically speaking, they are not.
Thank you. This is great feedback. And please, if any of the other subcommittees has feedback, please direct it to Director Claypool. With that, can you, Director Claypool, can you quickly go through the other two areas, just very high level, because I think we've heard quite a bit of feedback on the org chart.
In the administration category, nothing has changed. Those are the same that were there when I originally constructed it and then pared it back down. Those positions have yet to be filled. We have job descriptions out and we're actively advertising for it, but we're leery that we want to make sure that those positions are well chosen because they're very specialized. Finally, with our legal team, you see the litigation counsel and the Voting Rights Act counsel are going to be working with our chief counsel. The two attorneys to be determined in the 2010 commission, we had RAs that came in. Miss Marshall works very hard. She needs somebody that can spell her so that she can actually take a day off every once in a while or do things with her kids. We need backup. And that's what those positions are intended to do, to make sure that we always have competent counsel. And we also have Miss Johnston above, but Marion is an RA as well. These are RAs and they come with limited amount of hours, 960. So you can burn through them fairly quickly. So that's why our chief counsel asked that they be added to the chart so that we could fill them as it was determined that we need them.
Perfect. Just a quick question for the committee, for the administration committee. Did you guys review these two aspects of the org chart already? And do you have any concerns or recommendations on the legal and the business aspect of the org chart?
I don't think we had concerns on those two areas. As Director Claypool mentioned, the admin part we had already approved a while ago. And then once the two attorneys, RAs for reporting chief counsel, once that was explained, we felt comfortable with that.
Appreciate it. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yes, I think similar to the line drawer, the full commission will be hiring litigation counsel and voting rights act counsel. We will be spending millions of dollars of our budget towards these two components. So my only request would be that they don't appear. Certainly, Chief Counsel Marshall will be their main point of contact. However, perhaps they appear, adjacent to her in some way. As of right now, they're almost down at the level of the field staff, which just seems like an awkward placement to me. I know that we had the same conversation when we discussed the line drawer some time ago. So these, yeah, I would move them up in them, given they're important.
Okay. If there are any other comments, and if there is none, then we'll go into a break and come back with the chief counsel's report. Unless there's any other comments. So any other comments? Okay, with that, we'll go, we'll have a 15-minute break and come back at 11:22. Thank you. So next on the agenda, we have the chief counsel's report.
Good morning, everyone. I actually don't have anything to report today. I'll merely have a request. Commissioner Toledo, you mentioned earlier this morning that we're going to have a closed session at 3. Is there any way we could get that to start immediately after lunch or around 2 p.m. today?
That may be possible depending on how far we, so that may be possible. Let me take a look at the agenda and because I do know that there's some time constraints as well, and some conflicts.
If not, for tomorrow, then because you said 3 o'clock, you don't know what the time is going to be. You're going to have enough time. I'm not sure even to commence at 3, or I'm just saying, can we make time available for tomorrow also?
Oh, for tomorrow's,
Yes.
So we'll take that into consideration. I am planning to have this be mostly to have this be the commissioners. So in the closed session.
All right, sounds.
But I'll keep that in mind as we look at the agenda moving forward. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Any questions on the chief counsel's report? Hearing none, let's move to the Communications Director's report.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I wanted to start off by saying that we're putting the final touches on the PowerPoint presentation, the redistricting basics. So once we finalize that, we'll be able to move over to the video version of it so that we can send that out to community folks around the state. So I'm working with the subcommittee to put together the script for that as well. So we'll have that handy shortly. As far as the website's concerned, we did meet with Commissioner Turner and Commissioner Ahmad and USDR. Yes. As far as what the requirements will be, or for us to put forms on the website, Nation Builder does use a template platform, but it does allow you to change code, so you can add widgets and other sort of forms in there. So I think we're going to move forward. I just need a thumbs up if we're able to launch the website. If so, I'll go ahead and do it after the commission meeting tomorrow. It'll give me a chance to redirect the ca.gov to our website. So anytime someone visits the ca.gov, it'll go directly to the new .org website. So I've been working to update most documents on there so that they're live on our website and they're not feeding back to the ca.gov, which is initially how I had it set up. So that should be ready to go. As far as morning news reports, Cecilia is working on putting together a report every morning to send you out regarding redistricting anytime some of the commissioners are mentioned in the news. So you'll be getting that report every morning. So you are kept abreast of what's going on, even the census, because I know there's a lot of action on census right now. Business cards, we did have a design that won. It was actually C. So thank you for those that voted. I will email you all the winning design. I won't take the time to do it now. And I'll be working with the outreach collateral material subcommittee to now work on the content. So what is actually going to go on the business card, and then send it off to the print house. So I'll get some quotes on that. And just wanted to mention that we had one of our stories hit this weekend from the Bay Area Reporter and featured Commissioners Turner, Lamont, and Kennedy. I love listening in on these interviews. I get to learn so much from each and every one of you. And if you haven't been interviewed yet, don't worry. I will start reaching out this week to news reporters all around the state and have similar stories for each and every one of you.
Does that conclude your report, Director Ceja?
Yes.
Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Yee, then Ahmed.
Yes, thank you, Director Ceja. Wondering about the content on the old site. So specifically transcripts from the 2010 Commission, which I continue to use, and perhaps others do too. Also, there's quite a bit of literature out in the world now that has references to those transcripts in their footnotes and so forth. So just wondering if that is staying intact. If it bounces to the new site, then how do we get to that old content? Separate question, the redistricting basics, PowerPoint and then video, I think we were discussing this morning, translation. And I'm just, maybe you can update us on what the plans are for that. Thank you.
Director Ceja.
Okay, thank you. So as far as the last conversation we had about the website and the 2010 content, it was my understanding that we were gonna keep it and store it somewhere. I actually have the files in an external drive, but they wouldn't be available to the public. So either we keep the 2010 or the .ca.gov website up and active with the 2010 content and start with our .org to feature all 2020 content. But again, that's gonna incur additional cost to the tune of $500 for the .ca.gov website to remain active, plus what we're spending on hosting the Nation Builder website. And as far as, what was your second question? I'm sorry.
Translation of the redistricting basics video and PowerPoint.
So the subcommittee on translation actually recommended that we translate that particular video into the 12 languages. And we'll be able to do that through subtitles, or if we can find another creative way to do it, we'll do so. But that is one of the materials that we want translated.
Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you. I just had a quick question on the business cards. I saw the email come through. My first gut reaction was, I'm not taking business cards from anyone during COVID. What are your recommendations in terms of our fiscal and staff investment in that specific venture moving forward, considering we're all remote for who knows how much longer?
Director Seha.
That is a great point. I didn't even think about that, the whole COVID atmosphere that we're in right now. I will leave that up to you as commissioners to decide. We are prepared to go forward with printing, but if you don't think it's necessary because of the pandemic that we're in, we can stick to our signatures that has all our information and email, which has been our primary form of communication thus far.
Director Claypool.
Commissioner Ahmed, on the business cards, you're going to be a commissioner for 10 years, all of you, and hopefully COVID won't last 10 years, although we have no assurances at this point. I would suggest that you will want them at some point, and it is really a minimal cost, both in the design and the printing. And then with regards to the commission, or the last commission's website, I have a recollection that the state auditor froze that website at different times so that we could make sure that we were capturing certain data, because we didn't know whether or not the Wayback Machine would be there in 2030 the way it was there for us in 2020. So I'm going to send a letter, or an email actually, to the Chief Counsel and ask when the last time we froze it was, because my recollection was we froze it when you were selected, because it was a significant date and we wanted that database. So hopefully it's still intact, and if it is, we can recover it, and then we can decide whether you want to make the additional expense of hosting it.
Director Seha.
Well, if that's the case, and if you all are comfortable with my recommendation, I'm going to recommend that we go live with the .org site after the commission meeting tomorrow, and then leave the .gov website as is. I will not redirect until you all decide what you want to do with that website.
Commissioner Anderson.
I have a question on, so if people right now go to the .gov, is it just then there's a link on it says go to the current website? Or what? I missed exactly, exactly what's going to happen. Someone types in the old website because that's the one they know. What happens?
So if we were to do a redirect, they would get redirected when they punch in .ce.gov to the .org website. But I'm getting the idea that we're not ready to do that yet. Correct. So we'll hold off on doing that until we figure out what we do with the .gov website. In which case we can add a disclaimer on the .gov website saying, for the 2020 content visit, we draw the line .ca.org.
Okay, so there'd be a big first place you go to. This is the 2010 for the new stuff for the 2020. Please and just please click here, and it would go over.
No, and
Sorry? That's what I would. I'd like to make a motion on that if necessary. Any takers?
Commissioner Yee, you had your hand up earlier.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that's a great idea. I was thinking, yeah, have a button that someone sees that on the Gov site that they can choose to redirect to the org site. I don't think we need a motion, right? I mean, it's not a.
Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I'm still hopeful that there's a way that we can have a redirect to the new site and another method of whereby we can refer people to any older information that they want. As I understand it, everything from since the time we were selected can be put onto the new site, and I'm hopeful there will be some kind of button that we can click and refer people back to how to get the older information.
That's a good idea. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm still on. I totally support Commissioner Turner's idea. Do an automatic, and then with a large button for anything about the 2010, please click here to go back. That makes a lot more sense. Thank you, Commissioner Turner.
Director Shahak, just a quick question. Which committee are you working with to launch the website and to deal with these issues? Is it cyber security, outreach?
No,
Or
there is
nothing?
an ad hoc website committee that we developed. It's Commissioners Kennedy and Taylor. And then for the content management, it was the Commissioner Turner and Ahmad. And there was one other team. Oh, it was yourself and Commissioner Taylor as chairs that I was in communications with about launching the website.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have any recommendations or concerns from any of those committees? Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. I'll say that I am strongly in favor of maintaining the 2010 site as it was frozen end of June or beginning of July last year before we came into being. We may need to do a secondary landing page so that if someone goes to the .org site and chooses to go back to the 2010 website, they don't get stuck in a loop going around and around. We'd need a new secondary landing page for the .gov site that doesn't redirect to the .org site, but instead gives them full access to the .gov site. And I'm prepared to make a motion or second a motion in that sense. Thank you.
Is there a second, or do we even need a second? Do we even need a motion? Because do we all agree on this? Can we take a straw poll? We don't need a motion. I think we're okay moving forward in this direction. I don't see any dissent. Commissioner Kennedy?
I guess my only reason for proposing a motion in this regard is that it does involve an ongoing expenditure. So I think it would be good for us to be on the record on this.
Do we have a second? Commissioner Lamont?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Chief Counsel?
Could you clarify the motion, please?
Yes, the motion is to maintain the .ca.gov website as it was frozen immediately before the 2020 Commission took office, and to establish appropriate links between the two websites, the .org website and the .ca.gov website, so that people have full access to either set of information without getting stuck in any sort of loop.
Would it be fair to say that the motion is to, because that was very lengthy, the motion is to maintain the 2010 website via link from the 2020 Commission website? Okay, thanks.
Any discussion? Commissioner Fernandez?
I think just so everybody's aware in terms of that cost, Commissioner Kennedy, I think it was it $500 a month to keep that? So I just want to make sure everybody's aware of the cost before we vote on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Turner?
The $500 a month, that is until the conclusion of our business, until we post the maps, or for how long?
Commissioner Fernandez?
So to keep the 2010, it'll be $500 until it's up. If at some point in time they decide to no longer keep it, then that $500 would go away. So it'll be past the maps. I think the recommendation right now is to keep it. I don't want to say indefinitely, but probably longer than the maps.
Commissioner Lamont?
There isn't another mechanism within the current site to embed the data from 2010 in an archival section of our own site and just keep the URL, which the URL would not cost $500 a month. It sounds like we're talking about hosting it somewhere else or paying for some hosting separate and apart. I think that we should look into that because that could end up, I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot, $500 a month, but that's $6,000 a year, or I don't know. When do we freeze it? When do we freeze our own? So I think I'm gonna withdraw my second.
Commissioner Turner?
Yes, and I think that I'm wondering if we could not just advertise from the beginning, put something on the link that this arrangement will be maintained for a year, and then at that time transition it all just to the, so the experience is someone that puts in the .gov or .org goes to the new site, and after that time period, we're not still trying to refer back and host both, because I think it all can be placed onto the new site. Yeah, I think that's what we've talked about already. I'm just trying to look for a way where we're not paying indefinitely or for 10 years or what have you. And I'm wondering if we can communicate it up front so that the expectation is there that after a year's time period, that we no longer have to host both.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Director Ceja?
Yes, I do think, so there are two options, right? The first one is to have the two separate sites coexisting and linking to each other so people can visit 2010 content and 2020 content. The other option is to have the 2010 content embedded into our .org website and then do a redirect like you've mentioned, Commissioner Lamont. Anytime anyone goes to .ca.gov, it redirects and the cost is minimal. It's not $500 a month. And then the other conversation was that we were going to check in with the Secretary of State to see if they could pick up the cost as an historical archive of the work that both commissions are doing.
Thank you. We still have a motion on the table. Do we have a second? Or Commissioner Lamont?
I'll bring back my second. I thought about what Commissioner Kennedy what his motion was, and I think this conversation really doesn't change the content of the motion. So I could get behind the motion. I think we're just trying to solve the how at this point, but we certainly should keep 2010's information and not have the public be caught in a perpetual loop. So I can stand behind that.
Appreciate that. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Lamont and Commissioner Turner. I think we've come to a good meeting of the minds. If we keep both active for the next year, we use that time to move content from the .ca.gov site to the .org site, so that by the end of that 1 year period, a simple, inexpensive redirect from the .ca.gov address takes people to a comprehensive .org site. I think we will have resolved most, if not all, of our concerns. Thank you.
Commissioner Akutagawa?
I think just for clarity and just to make sure that we're on the same page on this. I would also recommend, if it wasn't clear, that on the 2010 site that we should say that the new website is and the .org web address, and also that this site will remain as is for 1 year, but at that point it's going to be transitioning, fully to the new site, so that people can get used to utilizing the other site. And so that way, we're also clear on the usage of the new site.
Commissioner Anderson.
I think that was, well, okay, two things. One, I'd like to go 2 years because I believe the time when many people will actually be looking for it is as it's getting down to how the maps were drawn last time. And they're going to be trying to look at stuff of what happened in 2010. So that would be at the end of as we're getting close to the end of the map drawing. So the only thing I believe, though, what Director Seha said is, and what the motion is that we're going to try to transfer this all over so it's always accessible. I would just say don't put a 1 year limit on it. Put it at least until we, like, say, till the June 2022 or whenever it's completed. I wouldn't shut it down in 1 year in case it hasn't quite worked. And I think when most people would be trying to look at how is it actually done is when we're actually doing the details of the map drawing, which will be a little after a year because our deadline could be a year like from yesterday. So just a question about that. So anyway, just a little bit more, rather than say a year, it's for a set, for or don't cut it off if we didn't quite make it in 12 months, we made it to 13 or something. Just a slight modification.
Ms. Johnson?
Could I suggest that be until all litigation regarding the 2020 maps are completed? Because when those are being litigated, if those are litigated, I'm sure there will be a need to reference back to the earlier.
Commissioner Akutagawa?
Just for clarification, though, we are saying that all of the documents from the 2010 site is being moved over to the 2020 sites. So it's not that none of it is going to be available. It's just that where it's going to be available is what's changing. So, I'm fine with either way, whether it's a year or 2 years. But I am thinking that if we inform everybody, give them a year, inform everybody that all of the documents are also now available on the new site. That way it's at least contained in one place. That may be okay or good enough.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. And we can reconsider if we get 9 months from now and need to extend our 1 year time frame on this. We can take that up at that point.
Commissioner
I
Yates.
look at it as kind of like a mail forwarding order. Those are good for 1 year. Thank you.
Commissioner Yates.
Yeah, I think that just to clarify, there's two issues here. One is documents from the, for instance, transcripts from the 2010 effort. Can they be found anywhere online relatively easily by anyone? But the other issue is, can they be found in the places that have made their way into articles, books, reports, that are out there that reference, see the transcript for March 17th, 2011 at this website that gives a URL that points to the old, the .gov website and the exact place. If and when we do kill that website or just redirect it, all those links will die, So at that point, somebody trying to find the material will have to recreate a path to those documents. Now, it sounds like we're going to have to do that at some point, but I like the idea of waiting till at least the litigation for our maps is done, so that all those old articles and books and reports will still have live links in them.
Thank you. Any other comments from the commission? Director Claypool.
Just to be clear, so we have added, so right now what I have on the vote is, the motion is maintain the 2010.gov website as it was at the 2020 commissioner selection and restoring the links for 1 year? Is that, we're adding for 1 year to that? Okay.
Is that correct, Commissioner Kennedy? Commissioner Lamont?
I have a question about the links. Do the links work? Has the previous commission maintained it in a way that these hot links can be still accessed from these source documents you're referring to? This is getting a little deeper to me in terms of ensuring whether or not hot links work that's in an article somewhere that we don't know about. I think that's a huge responsibility to take on. So that might dictate how we transition, or if we transition it, or let it sit where it sits. It sounds like a little research might need to be done on that part of it. I am concerned about that specificity.
Any other comments from the commission? Commissioner Shadwani? And then Turner.
My only concern is it possible for us to move forward opening our new site while we still figure out all of the components of the 2010 site? I share the concern of archiving all of that data and information, but at the same time, we continue to operate on a very antiquated site. So if it's feasible to move forward with the launch of this new site while we do the needed research on the 2010, I would very much be in favor of such a solution.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. The question I had, and I guess for Director Seha, is that the question of the links, is it twofold? Because what I'm looking for is, we know the link will work from the .gov to the .org, and then the current links that's on the .org either already work or don't work. They're already connected or not. And so we will need to research that, but by connecting or redirecting to the new link, it doesn't make any new problems. It just is a way of connecting whatever is there to the new .gov site. And so I just wanted to name that, and you correct me if that's wrong. And then beyond that, we can then work to fix anything that's not already working, but it's a different issue.
Director Seha?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. So what I mentioned earlier about bringing in documents from the 2010 site. So say, for instance, our meetings, when we post our agendas and documents that pertain to each meeting, I've had to download each document, upload it on the new site, so now they live on the site. They're no longer living on the .gov site. So I've done that for several documents, and I'll continue to do that for all the meetings for 2020, so that they live on our site, not on the old one. Or they'll live on both, actually, until it gets wiped.
I think we have Commissioner Sinai and then Commissioner Lamont. Commissioner Lamont.
I guess I need a little bit of clarity. I think based on what Commissioner Turner just said, you're correct with the simple redirect. However, that's maintaining the hosting of the other site as is, which is one of the things that we were talking about. So it's whether we're hosting that site separately and it lives on its own and it's just linked somewhere, like linked to us, right? As opposed to importing the document from the old site into our site. And so the issue I was raising is there is a strong possibility that in that import, that those links that Commissioner Yee are referring to, which if I understand correctly, meaning that there has been a link put in a article or publication somewhere that takes it right back to that very specific document or piece of information, there's a good chance that those links could get broken. And so that's what I was concerned about, us taking on the responsibility of ensuring that we don't know where all these links are, first of all. So I just think that that might be a tall order to make ourselves responsible for that. It may just have to be archived information that people will have to dig through and find. So that's the piece that I was asking them to really research, because that's biting off quite a bit. We'll have enough making sure that people can get to our data, let alone 2010's data.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai and then Commissioner Kennedy.
Sorry, I keep thinking, do I want to inject or not? But one of, every year I had to update my syllabus for my students, and there was live links in there, and I had to check the live links, and 50% usually were no longer live links. So you just do a Google search on the name, and you find it again. And I always taught I would have a student who would say, your link didn't work. And I said, well, you have the name, do a Google search. I really do. I think a good researcher will do that. And I don't think we, as Commissioner Lamont said, can take that full responsibility. Things change all the time in academia and stuff. And it's not that hard to do the Google search and find the new place where the document is. And then a lot of those documents are in multiple places already.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Sinai, for that firsthand experience. That is useful to us. I do think that this is yet another reason that we need to ask Director Ceja to liaise with the Archives Division of the Office of the Secretary of State and get some additional guidance from them. I think they are the subject matter experts in archiving, and we should touch base with them and get some input from them. Thank you.
Any other comment before we go to public comment on the matter? Commissioner Anderson.
At this point, can we sort of have an understanding? Do we need to vote because we're putting it on? We're actually just asking Commissioner Ceja to reinvestigate this. We're switching over. We're going to go with our newest website and keep things as is for right now. So, and we don't really. I think we need a bit more information because then this might all be a moot point. So, do we need the full vote? But then that would have to be the motion would have to be withdrawn.
Yeah, we have a motion and a second. So, Commissioner Kennedy.
I'm willing to withdraw the motion as long as Director Ceja proceeds with liaising with the Archives Division and comes back to us with a recommendation, which we could also involve Commissioner Taylor and me as the ad hoc website committee working with Director Ceja. But we do need to resolve this. We don't have to resolve it today, but let's make sure and resolve it on the basis of the best information that we can get our hands on. So yes, I'm willing to withdraw the motion.
Commissioner Lamont, did you have your hand up a couple seconds ago? No. Okay. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, and if we're not going to resolve or have ability to resolve today, I'd like for us to at least allow Director Ceja to go live with the new website at the conclusion of this meeting.
At this point, it looks like I'm hearing a lot of nods. I'm seeing a lot of nods in favor of that. I don't see any opposing, anyone in opposition of that. I don't think we need a motion on that if we're all in agreement that it's just direction to Director Ceja to move forward with the website. Director Ceja.
Thank you for that. I think, and correct me, Raul, if I'm misspeaking, but we will need some sort of action to continue paying for the current .gov website because it is incurring a cost. And the Department of Technology is asking what we want to do with it.
Director Claypool.
I would suggest to the commission that you go ahead and just move forward with that cost while we wait for Director Ceja to come up with the answers that you want. And I would also suggest that we move forward thinking about how we can archive both sets of data so that we move with a plan for the future. for when you are, when it's time to archive your information as well, because it's going to be equally as valuable. So I think we just need a comprehensive plan and then move forward with that. But the cost itself is minimal compared to many of the other costs that we have right now.
Okay. And Director Sejas, you'll be working with the committees to move forward in this direction and develop the plan for archival and also the launch of the website. Great. Anything else in terms of communication report? Okay, with that, we'll start with subcommittee reports. I'm hoping to go to lunch at 12:30 if there's a natural break in between these, in between the subcommittee reports. Let's start off with action on the Census Committee. Commissioner Sidwani.
So we have held off at this point in advancing the letter that we had discussed 2 meetings ago, given the new updates to the census timeline. We will continue just to touch base with Karen McDonald regarding differential privacy, which was another component of the letter that we had intended to send. It's not clear to us at this point whether or not the Census Bureau is advancing its use of differential privacy, adjusting it somehow. So I think before we send that letter, I would just like to get additional clarity before moving that forward. And other than that, there's nothing else really to report at this time. Of course, we sent out the press release last week. If it is the desire of the commission, we can certainly coordinate with Mr. Jones, I believe it was, who spoke with us this morning to learn more about the timeline as it develops. So I will look for your guidance on that.
Commissioner Sinai.
My question was, he said that Mr. Jones said he was open to have a representative from the commission as their stakeholders, and I think that is critical. And so I was going to recommend that one of the individuals from the subcommittee serve on as a stakeholder, kind of the liaison. I don't know which of the two of you would like to have the time. Let's start with the time and then the desire to do it.
Mike.
Commissioner Sidwani.
Sure. I mean, I'm happy to do it, but my sense is, Commissioner Toledo and I are a team on the subcommittee. And so, I mean, we haven't discussed this previously. So, if we need to trade off, perhaps, then we can do so and share the information between one another in order to report back. I don't know how you feel about that, Commissioner Toledo, but I would be happy to do a sharing of that responsibility.
That sounds fine.
Okay, yeah. Perfect. So we'll follow up with Mr. Jones on that one.
Commissioner Sinai.
We don't need a motion, right? The chair can just say, I assign the subcommittee to do it.
Yeah, we're just delegating that piece of work to the subcommittee. That's right. With that, do we have any? Let's move forward with the Finance and Administration update. Commissioner Fernashari and Fernandez.
We've both decided to resign from our subcommittees. No, I think the only thing we have, correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Fernashari, is we do have the policies that we'll be discussing on agenda item 13.
Perfect.
Yeah, and so just my apologies. I didn't get the policy on communication approval policy to the agenda email until yesterday, and so it should be getting posted soon.
Thank you, and we'll look forward to that item and later in the agenda. Gantt chart committee. Commissioner Kennedy and Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. You will note on the Gantt chart that is posted in the handouts for this week's meeting, a couple of significant changes. The most visible one, perhaps, is adding the data management work stream to the Gantt chart. I would very much appreciate careful review by the data management subcommittee. Those are the broad dates that were in the handout that you provided 1 or 2 meetings ago. But if there is additional detail that you would like me to reflect in that work stream on the Gantt chart, please let me know. Second of all, I have come up with, I guess, my own view of a timeline for the map drawing work stream. And I am looking to Director Claypool for feedback on that. But this would have basically the first map drawing sessions between November 1st and mid-December. So that would be essentially, assuming we get census data, the state receives census data at the end of September, the commission would receive it at the end of October, and we would immediately launch into those map drawing sessions for essentially 6 weeks, so all of November and the first 2 weeks of December. Those draft maps would be released by mid-December and be frozen for public comment through the end of December. Then we would have, in this concept of the Gantt chart, we would have 2 weeks in the beginning of January to revise those. We would basically then have a week or so to review the final maps before we approve and deliver the final maps as of the end of January. Now, you know, this is all speculative based on when we might receive census data. I will say that I have been in touch with various county registrars in my personal contact network. I heard back from Neil Kelly, the Orange County registrar. Riverside has acknowledged my message and are still working with their staff in-house to get me an answer. The key on this, I mean, there are a number of ways that our work intersects with the work of election administrators in the state. There's a provision in the Electoral Code, section 12.222, that says that precinct boundaries can't cross essentially any of the boundaries that we set up. It says no precinct shall be established so that its boundary crosses the boundary of any supervisorial district, congressional district, senatorial district, assembly district, board of equalization district, judicial district, incorporated city, ward, or city council district. That's important because there is also in the law a 116-day advance requirement. So if we count back from the June 7th primary, the precinct boundaries must be established at least 116 days before that June 7th primary. Counting back, my count is that 116 days back from the 7th of June puts us at the 11th of February. So precinct boundaries would have to be finalized by the 11th of February. Precinct boundaries don't draw themselves, they take some time. The feedback that I received from the Orange County registrar is that his precincting team would need a minimum of 30 days to draw new precinct boundaries based on our maps. So if they need 30 days, then we're looking back to around the 12th of January. So what we're looking at is, if we don't want to collide with the precincting work of county registrars, we would need to be finished essentially by mid-January. But is that possible? And so we're essentially right now looking at our having, or likely having, under the Supreme Court ruling until mid-February, but county registrars needing the data by mid-January, and can we meet in the middle, or do we need to work on shortening our process? So those are the elements that I've taken into account in presenting a concept of what our Gantt chart might look like. And again, this is not the final word. This is looking to Director Claypool. I'm awaiting further input from county registrars that I have contacted from my own contact network. And we need to continue in this conversation. But that's what's gone into the latest revision of the Gantt chart that we're presenting to you for this week's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on the Gantt chart? Commissioner Sidwani, and then Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Kennedy, for raising this. I think this is such an important component that you've identified. So I mean, my sense, I don't know the answer to it, but my sense is this is absolutely the kind of thing that we should be discussing with that stakeholder group. So I so appreciate you raising this. If you don't mind just sending me the specific election code citation, just so that I have it available. I've taken notes on what you've laid out for me here, but most certainly we'll raise it, and hopefully the registrars are a part of those stakeholder discussions. Certainly, you know, I will raise that, or Commissioner Toledo will raise it when we connect with Mr. Jones. So thank you.
Mr. Turner.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. This was, I think, very challenging information to hear and continue to hear as we move forward. I'm wondering, and maybe it'll come up in the stakeholder meeting, what are the key indicators that would say we are in, because I think it's a possibility now that we may need to look at changing primary dates and all of those kinds of things. I'm just wondering, what are the triggers that says this is now a real possibility, and when does that happen? What are we looking for to be able, because, you know, we're being squished from both sides now, and I understand the taking of the 30 days, so now we need shorter time period. I'm wondering, when does that conversation start, and what are some of the things, and not just maybe for you to answer, but maybe things that I'm hoping we hear back from even in the stakeholder meeting, to know, do we just continue to deal with the shorter time period, expected to work quicker and be proficient and put out a quality product, or when do we start looking at perhaps now needing to talk about moving out general election time frames?
Thank you. Any other, Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you very much, Commissioner Kennedy, for these are the dates. I was going to start bringing this up under the line drawing. This is what is keeping me up, quite frankly, the last whole week. Haven't been sleeping very much because I could not find those dates. I was looking at how long it's actually going to take us to draw, given we have to shift the VRA, we need public input. And I, again, was thinking, okay, we technically have to February 15. I thought they're going to need those maps by February 1. Thank you. Now it looks like they might need it by January 15. That is going to be really, really, really tight. I know that, you know, Dan, you kind of lifts, like 6 weeks to do it that way. Commissioner Sadwani and I were toying around with this, and actually, like, we might need two. Last time they did a draft map and they did one modification, went final. We need at least, you know, 2 phases. There's going to be a couple of iterations in there before we can go final. And there's the 14-day blank, you can't do anything window, and we have the holidays through it. So this is a major issue, and I'm really glad that we have a person on the commission who's be connected right in here. The only thing I think we need to really look at how we're going to run that. And the only way I see, given when we can, you know, unless the precincts do change a little bit, it does come down to us. It comes down to public participation, which we need. And I think we might use our 2 months ahead of time to have essentially workshops and run through this process. So when we get that data, we know exactly how to run our meetings and we know exactly how to work this. Because if we're trying at that point, we cannot get the maps done in that time frame. So that was an issue I wanted to bring up and have us start contemplating. And I really appreciate Commissioner Kennedy for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy.
Sorry, unless Director Claypool would like to jump in, I just have one or two things. But if Director Claypool wants to jump in, I would like to ask him to jump in.
Before Director Claypool jumps in, can we have Commissioner Kutagawa?
Well, then I do have a couple of things.
Okay.
If we're gonna wait for Director Claypool. First of all, on the issue of 2 iterations, that would certainly be nice. It may be ideal. If we're looking at this much compression in the calendar, I don't foresee it happening. So, you know, nice is nice, but you know, the calendar is what the calendar is. Second of all, and this goes back to a question from one of the other commissioners, I forget whether it was Commissioner Turner or one of the other colleagues. There are a couple of ways to approach this, none of which are in our hands, but we will certainly be attentive to the action that is taken by the legislature or the courts or whoever else does have authority and standing to deal with these issues. I believe it's New Jersey that was facing a very short timeline, and their solution has been to postpone implementation of the maps. So rather than trying to implement new maps for state elections that I believe in their case are scheduled for this year, they've postponed implementation of the new maps for 2 years. So it's not a question of changing any election dates, it's a question of changing the implementation date of the maps. And of course, the other option is to postpone an election. So again, these are not options that are within our purview, but they are options out there for those within whose hands these issues appropriately fall.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Kutagawa.
A question. I appreciate, Commissioner Kennedy, what you brought up about the impact to the elections. I'm also wondering, is the timeline, I would think that the timeline is also going to be contingent upon how long litigation is going to last as well, too. Because, I mean, I guess that to me is one of the big unknowns. So I don't know if that's something that the Legal Affairs Committee could also comment on.
I apologize. Can you repeat the
Commissioner
question?
Sadwani.
I was just asking the impact to the back end with the elections timeline. I appreciate what Commissioner Kennedy brought up. It's really important. I'm also wondering, my sense is that it would also be the timeline and how fast we can move things up or how long it's going to take is also going to be contingent upon any kind of litigation and how long that said litigation could take. And I don't know if that's something that the Legal Affairs Committee would be able to comment on, or if that's something that would be more perhaps Ms. Johnston or Ms. Marshall.
Is the question about litigation regarding shifting the timeline, so therefore like state Supreme Court kind of litigation?
No, it's
how long would that take? I think that's a better suited question for Ms. Johnston or Ms. Marshall. You know, I don't have a sense of how long the previous case took that extended our deadline till December 15th. So I think perhaps one of them could weigh in.
Ms. Johnson, do you have any feedback on that?
Yes, that happened very fast. The court didn't even have a hearing on it. It was done with the request for immediate writ of mandate, and the court did it, if my memory recalls, within 6 weeks after it was filed. So it is possible to get a court extension if the court decides that it will do so.
I believe Commissioner Fernandez had her hand up, and then Commissioner Anderson.
I guess just for clarification, I think Marion, based on history, Marion, so the last time this was done and there was litigation, so the districts that we draw would not go into effect until after the litigation is complete, or do our districts go into effect immediately? I think that was the question that Commissioner Tagawa was trying to get to.
I'm sorry.
I think.
Okay, that's a different question. And that time there was a referendum, which is a personal challenge to the state Senate maps. And in connection with that challenge, the proponents asked that the new maps not be used. We objected on the grounds that the old maps were totally out of date and the new maps had been drafted based on current information, and the court ordered that the new maps be used pending the litigation, and then of course eventually rejected the challenge, eventually rejected the challenge to the state maps.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Commissioner Anderson.
Actually, that was exactly the question I thought Commissioner Tagawa was asking. Ms. Marshall, do you remember like how long that took before? Because so if we certify, here are the maps, here's the report, and the referendum, how long then was it before we actually said, great, tough, you have to use these maps anyway? Do you remember how long that was?
Would you like me to answer? Ms. Marshall?
I think you're the only one who has that history knowledge.
Okay.
Yes, they're asking you based on history.
Yes.
They very quickly ordered that the new maps be used. They took longer because they scheduled argument on the actual challenge itself, but that did not delay the use of the new maps.
So, but was it a month? Was it a I mean, do you recall it all?
To the new maps being used, it was. Well, this of course was earlier, but I believe the decision came out in December after the maps had been certified in September, August. So
no.
It was in plenty of time that it did not delay the primaries in that instance.
Okay.
But here you're going to be running up much closer time to the primaries.
Right. So thank you. And I had another question. It was two different things. One is that would make it a very moot point if these maps get challenged. Doesn't matter what we do, then it throws the elections completely off.
Not necessarily. It depends what the Supreme Court does. If the Supreme Court orders that your new maps be used despite the challenge, then that's what happens.
But the timeline would be off completely. Like if we say we need it, we can only give it to you on February 1st, and that they have they must go on February 15. Essentially, you see where I'm saying there's a whole issue there that automatically, it gets kicked in. It's like and the reason I'm bringing this up is for everyone's concern, elections set the way they are for June 7th works for everybody. And giving us the data on Halloween, essentially, that's no big deal. So the commission can do this work in this shorter window. And I want to bring our attention to this is a real problem, because where Commissioner Kenny said, yes, we did one map and then got public input. Remember, this is what happened in 2010. And they said, don't get caught like this again. They did one map, put public input in, and had to go final. So there was no other reiteration. And that's what they're saying. The public needs to see your second go around before you go final. And that was what essentially everyone was saying. And as far, all our public partners have certainly been very concerned that, we draw a map, and except for a couple little tweaks here and there, that's it. And I know we don't want to be disingenuous, but it's really important. We need to sort of step up and be emphatic about how much time we will actually need to get the job done, or come up with a different plan.
Appreciate that, Commissioner Anderson. Let's go to Commissioner Fernandez and then Director Claypool.
Yes, they're asking you based on history, Marion.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Commissioner Anderson.
Commissioner Fernandez, and then Director Claypool.
I understand the concern you're bringing up, Commissioner Anderson, but I also understand the concern that I don't want to take the responsibility of drawing the maps out of our hands because we choose to take longer, because at that point they can appoint a special master. And I don't think any of us want to get to that point. So if it's something where we have to do it in 6 weeks, we have to do it in 6 weeks, and it is what it is, unfortunately.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Director Claypool.
So I'm working back with Commissioner Kennedy's numbers, and Commissioner Kennedy, you said that in order to not butt up against the precinct provision, that we would have to have this completed by January 13th. Is that correct?
Roughly.
Okay.
You know, and Registrar Kelly from Orange County is speaking with his attorneys to look at the full ramifications and is going to get back to me. Riverside is still looking at this with their in-house staff and will get back to me. I've also inquired with Los Angeles and will be inquiring with a couple of others. You know, we may also wish to inquire with the Elections Division of the Secretary of State's office, because registrars, the registrars would receive the maps from the Secretary of State's office. So I don't know, you know, how much time, if any, they need to turn our maps around and get them out to the registrars. They might also have some accumulated knowledge on how long counties will take to complete their precincting. But yeah, 116 days. Precincts would need to be final by approximately the 11th of February, and Orange County at least would need a bare minimum of 30 days before that in order to complete the redrawing of precinct boundaries.
So, as I understand it, we're going to have Commissioners Salvani and Toledo who are going to be working with the stakeholders in this. So the first thing I would wonder is whether or not there would be some type of relief on that deadline that would allow us to go further and do the day for day that the Secretary of State, or not Secretary, the Supreme Court had allowed us. The second thing, I know it seems like a long time ago, but when I came on with you, I gave you the 2010, this is what we did. There is a section in there that says that will give you the exact dates for the Supreme Court rulings and how they occurred. Marion's absolutely right. On the third case, the Supreme Court ruled, or on the referendum, that they were going to use our maps pretty much regardless until the referendum occurred. So the maps were going to be used. And then on the last issue of timing, we have time to get an iteration through. If we receive the maps on November 1st, or we receive the census data, that gives you 1 month. You're going to be doing your COI or your pre-census COI meetings up until then. You'll have a significant amount of information. It would require modifying your structure to go through, and what I would suggest is what I've spoken to Director Hernandez about, that you have a big group meeting, at least 4 of them, and then you at least hit your zones to make sure that you're having meetings in each of them, particularly making sure that you have meetings wherever there is a concern with the original VRA sites. I can't speak to how it might change in the future, but you would want to make sure that you had a meeting in Kings County, Monterey County, and I believe it's Yuba County, so that we could also cover those bases. But if you did that, you come out on December 1st with a significant amount of data, and you have December to draw your lines, and you have through January to perfect the reports and to complete your task. So of course that means no Christmas, no Thanksgiving, and no New Year's. However, it can be done. It can can be compressed in there. It'll be an enormous amount of work, but the timing still works, Commissioner Kennedy, in my mind, if we have to butt up against the precinct requirement. Did that answer your question, sir?
My question?
Yes.
Your original question.
Okay.
The deadline.
I thought I was addressing a more recent question. I would like to discuss this further with you, but you know, if your experience and guidance to us are that you know, this will work, then you know, I would hope that we could make it work. Yes.
Perfect. Any other questions or comments on the to the Gantt chart committee or on this issue? Commissioner Sinai.
I definitely appreciate the work that was put into this. Thank you, commissioners. One of the things that I think would be helpful is, versus putting it into the Gantt chart right away, is what are the questions that we need to be addressing? And I feel like a lot of times we move to action versus go through a process where we're answering questions. And today's meeting all feels like the cart before the horse, because we haven't had the big conversation of what does the big picture look like. And I appreciate Commissioner Kennedy helping us start to have that conversation. But there's a lot of pieces that we can discuss now in a more relaxed way, but being more intentional in our public education, our pre-census collection of information, you know, and then our posts, you know, just all those pieces, and not feel. I think we're going to feel rushed no matter what. There's no way to get out of feeling rushed at the very end, especially because of holidays. And I would like us to be more inclusive when we discuss holidays that take place in December and January and November. But that's kind of not what we signed up for, but what we did sign up for. But it would be helpful if subcommittees, and maybe this goes to what Commissioner Lamons kind of got me thinking on this, is if we when we share our reports or share a document, that we share what the questions are that we have as a subcommittee, so that we can have those conversations, versus I feel uncomfortable having someone always answer them for me. At the same time, I feel uncomfortable because I don't know if I can push back or not, because am I supposed to respect what the subcommittee's work was? You know, so I am still struggling on the conversation we had earlier about the roles of subcommittee and whatnot.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Any other comments from the commission? If not, then at this point, I think this might be a good break for lunch. And then coming back, we would continue on subcommittees until no later than 3, and then go into closed session at that time. So I anticipate that we might be able to go into closed session earlier than 3 o'clock, though, depending on the length of the updates. Although I think the updates for many of these other items may be shorter, given what I've seen in terms of the materials and the comments that I've received from the committees. So with that, I would propose going to lunch now and then returning back at 1:30. If that's acceptable to the commission. Great. Excellent. Welcome back. Hope you had a wonderful lunch. We're going to start off with public comment. So Katie, can you please instruct the public on how to submit public comment?
Yes, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 938-0533-4078 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press star 6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. And the commission is taking general public comment at this time. And we do have someone in the queue with their hand raised.
Please invite them in.
Yes, Chair. Okay. And the floor is yours.
Oh, good afternoon, Chairman Toledo and commissioners. This is Lori Schellenberger, Lori. Last name Schellenberger, Schellenberger. I'm the redistricting consultant to Common Cause.
Ms. Schellenberger, share your comment, please.
First of all, I want to thank you all. I haven't called in for a while, but I want to thank you again for your service and your thoughtfulness. And as you keep getting thrown these curveballs in this redistricting process, I'm sure you didn't expect you'd be working on redistricting through the end of this year and through your holidays. And I really want you to know that folks appreciate your commitment in the face of a much longer process than you anticipated when you applied and were selected. On behalf of the Redistricting California Collaborative of stakeholders, I worked last summer on the deadline extension issue, and that occurred before you were all selected when we first knew that census data would be delayed. And I just wanted to share that we reached consensus last summer among voting rights advocates and other stakeholders, elections officials, the Secretary of State's office, political campaign consultants, legislative leadership, all of those important stakeholders to figure out a solution when it was clear you all wouldn't be able to meet the original August 15th deadline. And I'm confident you'll be able to do that as well, and especially because the election field, in particular in California, is a pretty amazing and collaborative space. But I just wanted to highlight that last summer, one of the most important stakeholders couldn't participate in that process and those discussions to build consensus, and that was all of you. And the legislature requested relief from the Supreme Court only because you weren't seated, and the prior commission was outgoing, and we were in this awkward window. And the legislature proceeded with tremendous caution so as not to overstep and usurp your independence, whether that be actual or perceived. And that's why Ethan Jones's invitation to you all today to participate in the stakeholder conversations that have begun was for you to participate as an active participant, not as a liaison. And I think you all understand that, but I just think the importance of the commission being an active participant in this process, and I think some of you started to suggest that in your earlier discussion, can't be stressed enough, particularly given your unique and independent role and responsibility to ensure a robust public input process in line with the intent of the initiatives and the hard work that you've already put into planning and implementing the redistricting process. And so I'd like to urge the subcommittees to not only participate in those conversations being convened by the legislature, but to continue with your own conversations with the important stakeholders who have an interest in the process and the credibility of the outcome. I'd urge you. It sounds like you're already reaching out to those stakeholders. That's great, and I know I'm running a little over on time, but I just wanted one last thing to urge you to have a public conversation with those stakeholders as well, and possibly a panel, because as you're seeing, there are so many decision points that have to be made, and so many pressures being brought to bear on various pieces of this process, both pre and post mapping, and potentially between an extended primary and the general election. And it's very complicated and incredibly complicated for the public to understand. So to the extent you could convene a panel and talk to those stakeholders, I think it would be critical. And that includes statewide database. It includes voting rights experts and those who have experience doing unity mapping and can speak to the importance of certain windows of time that have been built into your process, elections officials who can explain further the work it takes for them to precinct new maps, and VRA litigators, Voting Rights Act litigators, to help you understand the critical importance of that time period for litigation and defending your maps. And again, I want to thank you for your service and urge you again to be an active participant in protecting your independence and the independence of the process and the public's participation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the comment. We absolutely do intend to be an active participant, and we'll take your feedback into consideration.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Do we have any other public comments in the queue, Katie?
We do not have any other public comments at this time.
Thank you.
Okay.
With that, we'll turn it over to Commissioner Anderson and Sadwani for the line drawer update.
Commissioner Anderson, do you want to take the lead on this?
Yeah, sure. This is a little more off the topic we were just on, but directly going exactly what's going on here. We did post again for the public's perspective, public's view, and everybody out there, commission. This Friday at 5 is the deadline for anyone who's writing proposals for the line drawing RFP is to submit. And then they will be opened 9 a.m. on Monday morning. The evaluation period is the 24th, 25th. And we, with the notice of intent to award on the 25th. The meeting does go through the 26th, but notice our date is the 25th. And the contract award and execution, assuming no protest, would be March 5th. So these are again posted. This is very important, and there's a lot of particular reasons why this must be public, and I'm just putting it out there. Any questions about that? And then I want just one other point. So any questions about what's posted? Dates? No? Okay. Then the last thing I'll say is about the line drawing. There are certain things that we sort of postponed a little bit because we realized with our time window extended a little bit, we'll know a lot more about how things can happen, i.e. how the data management will work with the line drawer, how things can actually progress once we get the line drawer on board. So, certain decisions we have to make, and certain we should pause a bit and wait till we have enough information. I also want to really thank Ms. Schollenberger for that call, as she kind of reiterated the different important parts in our job, including the line drawing part. We're kind of going, oh, it's line drawing, but it's the VRA has to happen. The analysis has to happen. Those mapping has to happen as we draw lines. There's many different components that fit together. They need to fit together like a glove, right, for all this to happen. So, we need to get all our partners involved, get us all aware of the steps, and I'm actually hope to get a bit more meat on the bones of a schedule so we can actually look at that. But remember how our whole point is 2010 did it one way, but we're not just doing it the 2010 way. And so don't let's all of a sudden do that with the line drawing part. Let's make sure that the public gets involved. We don't just do one map and then, okay, here's the final. It will be a little more apparent as we try to lay out a schedule. It's just, we put a lot of time and effort into this, and we definitely want to continue on that with that great train of thought and the efforts we've been putting forward. Commissioner Salvani, you.
Yeah, no, I think you covered it. Commissioner Anderson, thank you so much. I know Commissioner Anderson has definitely kind of been taking the lead in translating, shall we say, the components of the RFI and the line drawer into what will eventually be our timeline. But as we know, the timeline keeps shifting. As Michellenberger's comment really highlighted, there are so many different elements to this. There are legal components, there are data components, and most certainly there is community outreach components during a pandemic, nonetheless. So, I'm very hopeful that in the next month or two, that we will be able to further refine our timeline. We will have more elements of our team in place, including a line drawing team and VRA counsel and litigation counsel should we need it. And hopefully throughout the next, throughout the month of March, we'll also get additional clarity in terms of what our timeline actually will be. So I do hope that we have the patience, to continue to think through all of these pieces and wait to some extent until we have more information and we have the right, team on board to help us make some more of those decisions. So I look forward to continuing that process. And I think just to highlight one other piece that Commissioner Anderson raised is that we don't have to do it the way 2010 did it. I think we've heard from so many incredible panels that both language access and community outreach have put together for us. And I hope that we can also take the time to be intentional. I think Commissioner Sinai used that terminology earlier, to really be intentional in our process. I think that while the census delay is concerning, it's also a gift in many ways to ensure that we can really meet communities where they're at and get the best input possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sidwani. With that, we will go to VRA compliance, and that, of course, is Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Sidwani.
Commissioner Yee, do you want to go first? And I
start?
see you had your hand raised.
Actually, I had a quick question for line drawing, if I may.
Sure.
Just curious about the Monday opening of the proposals. You have that calendared on your handout. Just wondering why you scheduled that. Is that a live streamed event? There is some chance that Legal Affairs may be meeting then as well. Just curious.
I'll jump in and answer that one. It's part of the contract requirements. It must be done publicly. That does not mean it has to be live streamed. Basically, what we're going to do is, if Commissioner Sadwani can also be there, may or may not be, it's going to be a Zoom call essentially with Raul and probably another staff. Actually, because you actually have to say this was received, here it is, opening, it's been received by this. There's certain little actual procedures you must do, and that's going to be then recorded. And there it is, it's a public record, and it has to be at a particular time. And then we have it listed in the RFI in terms of when that's posted, and so when everyone can see it. But all the because then it's followed by emails. So, and without going into all the particulars of it, it's part of how contracts are done. So.
Would that apply to any of our other contracts as well? I'm just curious.
Not necessarily. Well, go ahead, Commissioner.
My sense on this is that if anyone from 2010 can correct me, please feel free to do so. But my sense was that in 2010 they were opened publicly. People were in person at that point in time. We used that same language in the RFI and therefore need to meet that requirement now. We did not use that, in the RFP. We did not use that language in the RFI for litigation and VRA, and so therefore that's the distinction. That is my understanding.
Commissioner or Chief Counselor.
Oh no, Commissioner Sawani basically answered it, and ultimately it's a prerogative and how you want to proceed.
That's my understanding too. Do we want to move on to the VRA compliance update?
Sure. So VRA subcommittee continues to exist, even though Legal Affairs Committee now exists as well. Our focus will be going forward on VRA education. I know we've had many presentations. I know a lot of them seemed very dense and hard to follow. So we continue to look for materials that we can use to help the full commission get up to speed on VRA matters. I've been looking in particular for simulations that we can use. I know the idea of a moot court simulation has been raised. There are actually some online simulations, one in particular that I believe is being migrated from an Adobe Flash platform, which of course has gone obsolete. Hopefully will be available in a newer platform. So that's been our main focus, to work on education matters for the commission.
And if I may, just to add on to that, we've reported previously, the Public Policy Institute of California is working on a report of demographic shifts using the American Community Survey data. Since, of course, the census data will be quite delayed, I think that report will still be very helpful to us in our outreach at looking at some of the key trends that we might need to be aware of, particularly as it relates to VRA covered communities. So Commissioner Yee and I are going to see a preview of that in early March, and hopefully get that on the agenda for later March or early April, depending on scheduling for the commissioners. We also had a really great conversation with a professor of political science at UC Irvine, Bernard Grafman, back in, I think it was December. He's going to be preparing the notes that arose from that conversation for the full commission. He actually posed a number of really important questions that we should be thinking about. So hopefully we'll have that to you all within the next several weeks, whenever he's kind of finished cleaning that up as well. And I'm sure that we'll work with the VRA Council to continue to think about additional simulations or other ways of continuing to do education, both for the commission as well as for the public, on the importance of the Voting Rights Act.
Thank you, commissioners. Next, we'll move on to outreach and engagement. Commissioner Sinai and Commissioner Swarnashari.
Thank you. You want me to go, Neil? Basically, I think we don't have that much to report out. We are reaching out now that we have actually much more time. It will be helpful for everybody. We're reaching out to statewide entities, kind of like the Farm Bureau and the California Chamber of Commerce, and seeing how they can, letting them know what we're doing so they can let their members know what they're doing. So then when you all reach out to them, everybody's kind of, been briefed, and we'll be sending out kind of a list of the different groups that we're reaching out. Marcy's helping us with this as well, and we also the Farm Bureau asked us for a letter, and then the Chamber of Commerce said, hey, that's a great idea. So just kind of an overview letter of who we are and why we might be reaching out to the local members. So the letter will go out to the local members. And in it, we've included just a brief description of who we are, what our outreach, that we're reaching out for outreach purposes. And here are some questions that might be asked. So it may be helpful for those of you who've said, I'm not sure what to ask. This might help. I did share it with the chair and Commissioner Yee, so they can say if it's helpful or not. And just keep letting us know if you need help in outreaching we need to be intentional, and we have more time, but let us, this is about building relationships. It's not about transaction. And so the extra time will actually help us go deeper into the community. I keep saying our experience that Commissioner Ahmad and I are having in Imperial Valley is really showing how to reach out without an agenda, have kind of a conversation, and how much people really appreciate hearing directly from the commissioners. I think the response I get the most is, oh, wow, you're the commissioners, you're not staff. So keep the great work and let us know. Commissioner Fernishari, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, we're connecting with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce in next week or next week. So that's all.
Great. And thank you both for your help on that and all your work. Next, the Language Access Commission, Commissioner Akutagawa and Fernandez.
Actually, can I just ask one question regarding the outreach?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Sorry
about that.
Missed your head.
I was waving. Commissioner Sinai, you had mentioned the outreach letter. If once it's drafted and finalized, could you forward that to us? In the panel that Commissioner Vasquez and I are facilitating tomorrow, the education one, the state PTA is requesting a similar type letter so that they can then ask for permission to kind of spread the word for us and help us with our outreach efforts. So that'd be very helpful.
Yeah, Commissioner Fernishari and I were just saying it would be great to have just a database of all these types of letters that we can just go in, change them, change the header and send them out. So yes, we hear you.
Thank you. Okay, so for language access, okay, so are we resigning from this one too, Commissioner Kutagawa? Or are we gonna go forward? We're gonna go forward. Okay, here we go.
I thought we had finished.
Yeah, we keep getting drawn back in, which is okay. That's fine. So we do have some homework to do, but then we also, was it last week or the week before? Oh, I'm sorry, before I lead to that. By the end of the week, we're hopeful that we will have 2 contracts for translation and interpreter services with 2 different small businesses. So that's something huge for us so that we can start translating some of our documents, which would be great. And then the second piece of it is we met with Deputy Executive Director Hernandez, and he presented a draft translation flowchart. So I was hoping that we could go through that. It'd be very quick though. It's, about, let's see, 2, 4, 8 slots or slots. So if he could share his screen with us, we could go through it quickly. Okay. Thank you. And so, I mean, I'm really not sure how to go through this other than it's pretty obvious in terms of how the process that a document would come in if it's non-English, and then just the process that it would go through until it's finally translated and ultimately also put into the database. So the middle person you've got your language access coordinator that was on the org chart. We switched it from translation coordinator to language access coordinator. So all of either the staff would forward that to the language access coordinator, and then the language access coordinator would work with one of our contracted translators for translation. Again, it goes back to the coordinator and then to the staff that initially forwarded that information to us. If it has to be displayed on our web page or database input, that's the next stage that it would go to. It's a very simple process, but we felt it was important to at least have some sort of process so that we don't lose who's going to be responsible for it. And we want to make sure it found a home and that we've identified it, and it'll be under our outreach manager, which Marcy will be supervising that function.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
I just want to also, just to maybe make the point obvious, the non-English materials or any input so this came out of the conversation last week, and that includes any inputs that we would get, whether it's from the communities of interest tool that the South statewide database is creating, or if it's public comment that is, emailed, mailed, submitted to us in whichever format that some type of public input, written public input would be provided to us, that would be included in this kind of catch-all called non-English material /input. So I think from the conversation last week where perhaps we had made some assumptions about it, we wanted to put some clarity to it, and then we appreciate the team's help on creating this flow chart so that it makes it a little bit more clear to all of us what is going to happen to the inputs, and also then if any of those inputs are going to need translation.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Just two things. One, we will also have English materials to be translated, so that needs to be reflected on this. Second of all, and I guess mostly in relation to that point, for some of these materials, I think we are going to want to have a step in here for getting community input. So maybe it's after it's displayed on the web page, we show that there is the opportunity for community input on the translation, and show some sort of process by which, depending on the input that we receive from the community, there might be corrections made to a translation. So thank you.
Commissioner Sadwani?
Thank you. This all looks great, and so thank you for all of your work on this. My only question had been around, having seen the organizational chart, do we anticipate that the amount of work that the language access coordinator is going to have will be a full-time position, or is this a part-time position, or is it maybe like someone else on the outreach staff who is also designated as our language access coordinator? I'm just wondering if that is something that has been considered.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Yes, we had discussed that. And unfortunately, it's hard to know, right? Because we don't know how many items or documents we're going to need. But however, if there is extra, and so it is going to be an independent position, but if it's not full time for that person, they will be helping with outreach or whatever other efforts are needed to support the commission.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Commissioner Kutagawa?
And on top of that, I think to Commissioner Kennedy's point, and I appreciate the questions. I think there are assumptions that we still even have in this, and so we did intend to go out to our various community organizations to just make sure that the translation that the contractor does is appropriate. And so those are the kind of things that a coordinator is also going to be responsible for, is in coordinating and managing, the contacts with the different community-based organizations that we would be looking to work with to help us just, verify that the translation is appropriate to the needs of the community. And so kind of our second set of eyes to make sure. So we know that there's going to be lots of different things, but in terms of the input, I think to Commissioner Fernandez's point, it's hard to say. And I also want to just acknowledge, good point on the materials. I think this was more specific to the inputs question, the outputs question, which is the English language materials that the commission is going to be translating. That is being managed by Director Seha in terms of the outputs, and so we were just focused right now on the inputs part of the materials that would be translated, mostly because that was where the question centered around. So that's why you don't see the outputs part in this particular flow chart. But it's a great point to perhaps maybe utilize in terms of something that will do it if this then that kind of chart, so that then if there's any questions about what's going to happen, it's all on one page.
Any other questions or comments? If not, hearing none, we'll move on to the Materials Development Committee and Commissioners Fernandez and Kennedy.
Commissioner Fernandez.
I'm tired.
Okay, we've spent a good bit of time with Director Seja going through all of the materials. We appreciate input from commissioners both during last week's meeting and otherwise in writing. We've made very good progress, and we should have finalized versions of things very soon, recognizing that these will continue to be living documents as we get feedback from our community partners and audiences that see these materials. I think that's basically where we are. I don't know if Commissioner Fernandez has anything further, or we might also invite Mr. Ceja to give us an update on how he sees the timeline on these materials.
Yes, and then just hot off the press from Communications Director Ceja, we have a videographer that's ready to get started on a video presentation of the Redistricting Basics presentation. So that'll kind of be our next, the next thing that we focus on after we get all of the documents in the presentation. Quasi-finalized, again, I say finalized, but we can make changes to it if we receive feedback, or when you go out and you do some of the presentations and it's, you know, you want to add something, switch things around. We were actually switching slides around yesterday again. So with that, yes, I'd like to thank my fellow Commissioner Kennedy and also Communications Director Ceja for the many hours and the many changes that we've done to the documents.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
I have a question. So both in the two regions that I'm working on, one with Commissioner Sadwani and the other one with Commissioner Anderson, interesting, I won't say question necessarily, but it was just kind of maybe a comment / idea that came up about high school students, and specifically seniors in high school, and curriculum that would be incorporated about redistricting in U.S. government studies, and perhaps some kind of, I don't want to say presentation per se, but it did get me thinking that is that something that would be appropriate? Is that something you already talked about? If so, then I will end what I'm saying now.
Commissioners Kennedy and Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. From my attendance at Future of California Elections collaborative events, I'm aware that Placer County in particular has a very active and very highly regarded youth outreach effort. And so I don't have in front of me who are the commissioners who cover Placer. I can be in contact with the registrar. Okay, Commissioner Fernandez, you and I can be in touch with the registrar and see if we might discuss with him a pilot project, maybe to see what we can do for youth in starting in Placer County.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback, because you're stealing our thunder, Commissioner Akutagawa. So Commissioner Vasquez and I, our presentation tomorrow, we are very fortunate. One of our presenters is Frank Pesce, and he is with the Sacramento County Office of Education, and he was involved in the curriculum statewide for census, and he is very passionate about curriculum statewide at 4 different grade levels for redistricting. So we're getting there. So that's great that you're thinking that way, and we're excited. So act really surprised and grateful when he presents it tomorrow. So, thanks.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Is that something that we can share? Because it was an idea that was actually, kind of floated, or comment that was floated, and the comment, I had a conversation. It was with someone in Tuolumne County and as well as in Orange County, and so I suspect that there may be similar conversations in other counties. Is that something that we could share? Is that a little too premature?
Commissioner Fernandez.
I would ask that we wait until tomorrow for his presentation and we kind of bombard him with it. But he was, Commissioner Vasquez, if you want to chime in, but he seemed pretty passionate about wanting to do that. And he said he was so passionate that he thought by the fall semester it would be in place, which is great.
Any other comments or questions for the committee? Hearing none, let's move on to data management. And Commissioners Ahmed and Turner.
Commissioner Turner, I'll let you have the floor.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner Ahmad. So we have an agenda item, but we really think that we probably can give you an update just here and give you back that time, Chair. First of all, there was discussion that we had concerning the feasibility of Nation Builder as it relates to working with our data needs, and just wanted to report that Nation Builder is good to go with all that we need for our data. So we're glad about that. We had Commissioner Ahmad and myself and one of the other subcommittees had a meeting with USDR on last week, and we shared the example questions that you all came up with that we would want a data analyst to answer. And that was very helpful for USDR in the initial scope of our needs for the data analyst role. We also shared that we were going to hold on that recruitment process until a line drawer is on board. USDR, through the conversation, brought up the possibility that a data analyst role being folded into a line drawer role may be a way to go as well. And so we will look at that and just continue to talk about that a little bit more as that person comes on board. We're having those conversations. There are a couple of questions that we have for the staff here. Particularly, the question came up around an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding. And USDR typically does not work with MOUs or contracts because, of course, as we know, they're volunteer run and there's no exchange of money in any of their work. However, upon our request, USDR has provided points that they would include in an MOU from their side. Not sure where we're, perhaps staff will give some update there. We've reached out to staff on the 5th and the 11th to start drafting the MOU. The subcommittee was willing to work off of a template MOU to draft language, but we've not yet heard back from staff. So we want to know just where we at with that. Do we feel like are we comfortable foregoing an MOU and just working with them to get the task done? Or do we want an MOU in place? And if we have an MOU in place, exactly what does that mean for us on our end? And that we just want to be able to get that process moving forward, and would like to know who our point of contact among the staff is going to be to get that item moving. And then, so we can get some feedback on that in a minute, but looking forward, the last two pieces is just to let you know that there will be edits to the data flow diagram forthcoming. And we'll continue working with USDR to fine tune our needs for data management, and I'll continue to bring questions and updates back to the full team as needed. So if we could just get just a little bit of feedback about the MOU, I think that's all we need.
Director Claypool.
Yes, I apologize about not getting back to you with that, Commissioner. The point of contact is going to be Raul. He's the person who knows everything about contracts, and I will move that to him. It shouldn't take very long for us to look at what they've given. Undoubtedly, if they have a template that they work with, it works for most organizations. So we'll look it over and we'll get it right back to you.
Okay. And thumbs up from the commissioners. All is that MOU is something we're comfortable with, or do we see the need? Yes. Okay. Yes. MOU. Okay. All right. Any questions?
Hearing none. Well, thank you so much, Commissioner Turner and Commissioner Ahmed. Hearing no other questions or comments, so let's move on to grants. The Grants Committee. Commissioner Akutagawa and Lamons.
Commissioner Lamons, do you want me to just go ahead and get started? All right. So I just wanted to let everybody know that we've had a conversation with the staff, and they are helping us to draft the RFP. We are still in the process of reviewing the RFP, working through some of the finer details of it. And so that's why you have not seen it yet. What we're hoping to do is we will have it ready for review at the next meeting. And then just so that everybody is aware before we get this question, I do want to say what we'll do is we'll submit it to everybody for review, and we will not take a vote on it until after the meeting afterwards. So we'll give everybody plenty of time, to review it, kind of chew through it, and then have any questions before we actually take a formal vote. But we are in process with that. I also want to just ask the commission, I guess I will make a proposal or a motion to accept the idea that we can, or we have increased our outreach grant or grant budget or grant amount that will be available from the previous 1.5 million that we had talked about before to now we are at 2.065, I think, if that's correct. So we have been able to utilize the full amount of the outreach budget to give out as grants. And because it is a large expenditure of money, I want to make a motion from the commission to approve that grant amount.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Well, I was going to say, my understanding is we hadn't made that decision yet. So the fact that there's now a motion on the floor, my point is moot as far as it goes. Thank you.
Do we have a second? Commissioner Yee? I think Commissioner Yee raised his hand first.
A second.
Thank you. Discussion? Commissioner Sinai, and then Commissioner Kennedy.
I definitely welcome having $2 million to give to the community. I just want to make sure that we do have the resources needed for the outreach staff to be able to do what they may need to engage people. Originally, when we had looked at that budget, we had created 3 different line items within it on just to make sure that we had the flexibility to do all we needed.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I'll reiterate something that I said last week, I believe, and if I go back to the budget projections provided by Director Claypool, I still believe that the the items listed under production, so commissioned videos, printed material for marketing, education, distribution, translation of our outreach documents, purchase of ads for social media campaign, purchase of ads on traditional media platforms, are legitimate outreach costs and should be subsumed under the overall $2,065,000 for outreach. The commissioner per diem, the video streaming, the interpretation, I would argue, are operational costs and should go elsewhere. And we would still have a little bit left over, which I would say should go to bump up the translation line under production. Thank you.
Any other discussion, comments, or questions? Saying none, let's, oh, there is one? I can't see. Oh, Director Hernandez, sorry.
Yes, so we did take all that into consideration, and that's where Director Claypool was addressing that we moved that over to the operation side. So even though it's production, it's for the length of time that we're in the commission that we're doing a lot of these activities for. So it's not just a one-time outreach cost. So that's one of the reasons that we were able to move that over essentially.
Great. Any other questions, comments before we go to public comment? Hearing none, let's Katie, can you open up the line?
Yes, in order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed, it is 938-0533-4078 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk. Press star 6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. The Commission is taking public comment on Agenda Item 9J, and we do not have anybody in the queue at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. One clarification. Whatever fee we are going to pay to an outside organization to administer this, where is that coming from in the budget? Thank you.
Director Hernandez?
Yes, that'll be included as part of the outreach, the grant, I should say. It's not to exceed 10%. And that's following suit with other grants that we've reviewed and looked at.
We do have someone in the queue, Chair.
Okay, open the line.
And the line is open.
Yes, that'll be included as part of the.
Hello?
Yes, I'd like to provide comment.
Yes, your line is open.
Yeah, but do you mean I'm ready to speak, or you're going to cue me in when I'm ready?
You're
When
ready to
the
speak.
commission's-
You're ready to...
Okay, yes.
Yes. You can go ahead and talk.
Okay. My name is Blanca Gomez. It's spelled BlancaGomez. I was listening to this morning, and I saw that the interpretation for ASL interpreters was something that you were not going to possibly consider because of the cost. I want you to know that in the area where I am, in the city of Victorville, I represent over 130,000 people, and the vast majority of individuals that I run across in my domain are deaf and hard of hearing. They don't have accessibility, and they're a group that is consistently targeted and discriminated. They're a group that goes silent on many of the issues. And as an advocate for them, as a deaf group, I'm going to request that all 14 commissioners who have been meeting off and on for the last 5-6 months take in consideration the deaf and the hard of hearing who only communicate through ASL. And I know it's costly, but the cost of having the representation of them not being included is much more costlier, because not only do they not get a say in how redistricting does occur, they go silent and they're not seen and they're not heard. And I would like for each of you to consider that aspect of it instead of looking at the monetary factors. Switching on from the monetary factors, I did hear a lot of questions from many of the commissioners that did address the administrative costs, for instance, for the SA and the need for having a state employee in order to be able to have these student assistants. But what I did not hear was how much of the cost that's being budgeted and implemented for the 2022 budget for June, what percentage of that is for administrative pay, and how much of that percentage is really allocated for the grunt work that's required to do the redlining in California. I'm familiar with a lot of nonprofits who they do a lot of great jobs, but at the very end, the administration gets 80 to 90% of its monies from tax-paying dollars. And at the end of the day, 10% is not enough to service our communities. And so for all 14 who are here available and will having these meetings, please be considerate of the percentages. It's my understanding that there's much more than 60% just going for administrative fees and the cost that is incurred to do all this. So we have like probably the desire to have a draft of what the plan is going to look like. I think that would be amenable. There's people that aren't a part of today because they don't understand the political systems that really undergirth the system, which is what we're doing today, and it requires at all levels. And so just be very mindful that you're doing a great job in asking all these questions, and there's people watching the commission, ensuring that the commission is doing their due diligence and questioning the budgetary items and ensuring that our administration is not the full force of what it's getting, but it's coming back down to the people. Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Blanca Gomez, and I am a representative in my community with a lot of deaf and hard of hearing, as well as bilingual Spanish speakers and other languages that get ousted from a lot of these types of systems that are supposed to include us.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Commissioner Kennedy, and then Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. This raises, I think, a very good point. I just want to say to colleagues, I have requested a spot on the agenda for the April Voting Accessibility Advisory Committee of Riverside County to make the redistricting basics presentation to that group. And I would encourage colleagues to seek out the Voting Accessibility Advisory Committees in their respective counties and schedule similar presentations. Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez.
I just wanted to clarify to Ms. Gomez that we will always have ASL interpreters. I think the conversation, it probably got confusing at times, but we will, at every meeting, every public input, every public meeting we will have American Sign Language interpreters.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, for the clarification. Katie, do we have any other callers on the line?
We do, Chair. We have one more.
Okay. And if the public comment can be specific to the item at hand, which is the grants.
Yes, I will.
Allocation.
Oh, okay. You can go ahead and share your comment.
Okay. Hello. This is Renee Westa Lusk, Renee, and the last name is Westa, and then there's a hyphen, and then it's Lusk. I have 3 questions regarding the grant money approval. First question is, do you have a plan if you receive more applications than you can fund for the outreach grants, if the number of applicants with the amounts that you will allot will exceed the $2,065,000? That's my first question. And then the second one is, will there be a section on the new website that shows community-based organizations that want to apply for the grants, give them instructions on how to apply for the grant money? And 3, will the website or application process show who is eligible to apply for the outreach and engagement grant funds? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other callers on the line?
No, Chair, that was it.
Okay, so Commissioner Kutagawa and I believe it's Commissioner Lamont. Do you have any feedback with regard to those questions that you want to give? Commissioner Kutagawa.
I'll go ahead and start. And actually, this may address both the previous caller and Ms. Westa-Lusk as well too. So what our intent is to find, based on the recommendations and based on the vote that the commission took the last time, we went with an option in which we would take the entire grant amount that's budgeted, and what we would do is we would hand it over to an intermediary party to then distribute the grant funds, so that then the commission itself is going to be one step removed from directly giving out the grants, and who those grants go to. It would not be decided by the commission, but instead decided by the intermediary party. The 10% that was discussed is what would go to the intermediary. And I think I'm going to ask Director Hernandez to perhaps clarify this part, but I believe that the intermediary, it's either we can dictate how much of a administrative fee that the intermediary can allow, or the intermediary will just perhaps do whatever is standard in terms of these kind of grant kind of, I guess, situations. So the intermediary then therefore would be the one to determine how many grantees and how much of those funds would then be distributed. I know that one of the conversations that we are having, though, amongst the grant subcommittee is there a not to exceed amount in terms of what a single grant could be in terms of each organization that, you know, who applies, what they would be eligible to receive. In terms of the website, I think I'm going to defer that to Director Seha, but I believe that we would at least have a link to whatever the intermediary site would be, so that then anybody who comes onto the Redistricting Commission website will see that the grants are available, but to get further information, we would probably direct them to the intermediary site. And I see Director Seha nodding his head, so I think that's what it would be. But Director Hernandez, perhaps you could elaborate on the fee.
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, the fee is the way we've researched it and found majority of the grants is that they have a very specific percentage associated with the intermediary type of third-party relationship, not to exceed the 10%. Now it could be less, but it wouldn't be more than that 10%. And in the RFA, just for clarification, it's going to be an RFA, not an RFP. Request for application versus a request for proposal. In that RFA, we outline what is allowable, what's not allowable, and so we're going to try to be as specific as possible to outline what they can use those funds for, so that we maximize the amount of money that actually is going out to the community-based organizations. Because really that's the intent of having the third party, is to make sure that they get it out to those folks in a timely fashion. We're going to have some parameters associated with that, so that we can also keep track of where those funds are going.
Thank you, Director Hernandez. Any other discussion prior to the vote? Saying none, we're ready for roll call. Director Claypool.
So as I understand it, the motion is by Commissioner Kutagawa that you will accept the $2,065,000 to go entirely to grants. Commissioner Turner?
And I have a question. I just want to make sure that encompasses the explanation that Commissioner Kennedy stated. I wasn't clear in that. Commissioner Kennedy outlined a whole bunch of directions of where it was going to go, and I think I heard them say yes. And before I can vote, I just wanted to make sure that that is what we're voting for.
Commissioner Lamont?
What we're voting for now is, last time when we presented, there was some concerns about how much money would actually go toward the grant program. And so we talked about the possibility of using the entire outreach budget, which is the $2,065,000, toward the grant project, which would be the administrative fee as well as the actual grants distributed to the community. All of the things that Commissioner Kennedy described are really not impacted by this, because what we're voting on now is whether or not to increase the grants budget from the 1.5 million to the 2,065,000 in total, including administrative cost. So that's all we're voting on. What he was talking about is where things were identified in the budget and different places in the budget where certain categories would be moved. But this money would not affect any of those categories directly, because all of this money would be used for direct to community grants and the administrative 10%. That's it. And then all of those other things that he was referring to would be being paid for by some other aspects of our budget and are to be covered by the ask that we're going to make in May and whatever the other situations are to cover the rest of the budget. So,
okay. Except Commissioner Lamont, thank you. Yes, and one of the responses back made me think something different, and I'm sorry, I'm complicating this, but Commissioner Kennedy asked the question and I was following it, and then we went just too far down a trail and I lost the main point. But someone responded that said, I don't know, let me pass right now because I'm not clear. I still had a question.
Commissioner Fernandez, and then we'll come back to Commissioner Turner.
Hang on, let's see what Fernandez has got to say.
My only concern with putting a dollar amount on the motion is, let's say, 3, 4, 5 months down the road, maybe we have extra money and we want to put it into the grants. Do we then have to come back again and increase that? Like do another motion to increase the amount? I guess I'm just trying to, we would? Okay. That's, yeah, all right.
Commissioner Taylor.
And just for sake of clarity, if we put all of our outreach money into the grants program, and that's prior to any approval for additional budgets, and in coordination with one of our trusted partners, we decide to have flyers or some other outreach materials, where does that money come from? Or am I missing something?
Director Hernandez.
I was going to defer to Director Claypool.
Okay, Director Claypool.
So we have funded in the within the outreach portion. We have funds for those items specifically. Different types of outreach that we might be doing with like flyers or so forth. We've also considered that Commissioner Turner's suggestion that we have money set aside for stipends in case we have to, pay for some of the services that might be needed to distribute things for us. So we have considered all of those. The reason we have the $2,065,000 title here is because this is the amount that was in a single provision for outreach that was justified from the Irvine Foundation contribution for this specific task, plus a increase for the California cost of living index from that period till now. It was about 1.7 million, and it increased to this amount. So it's really just acknowledging that we are taking the funds as they were considered to be used for grants and now transferring them to grants. If we had additional money in the future that we wanted to allocate to this, we could certainly, the commission can always take another vote and increase that allocation. But that's just how we got to this specific dollar amount.
Commissioner Lamont.
I don't know if my understanding was quite the way Director Claypool just characterized it. And I raised this in the last meeting. I don't know that these resources were given to us for grants. I don't think that's a fair characterization. It was given to us for outreach, because there was a whole question about whether we could even do grants. I mean, matter of fact, I was the person that suggested months and months ago that we consider a grants program. So I do not believe that these resources were made available. And that was one of my positions last time we met, is that we shouldn't act as if these were monies that were supposed to be for grants and that we were somehow not using all of the resources for grants. So if I'm wrong there, I'd like to be corrected, but I do not believe that these monies were earmarked specifically for grants. So what we had determined, because we brought back our recommendation based on the original resources, when the April letter was being created, because we wanted to get as much money to the community as possible, that's when we went from the 1 to 1.5 million. And then there was some question about, well, what we were going to recommend. And then there was a question about whether or not those resources were really for grants. And so there was a lot of discussion about whether we should earmark the entire 2,065,000 for grants, which is how we got to where we are today. And that's really what we're voting on. And I think that Commissioner Taylor's question is a valid one. I share that question, actually. I do think that this is contingent upon our ability to get more resources. So the question I would ask is, if we get no more resources, what is impacted by allocating the entire $2,065,000 to direct to community grants? That's the question I'd like to ask myself, even as a member of the grant subcommittee.
Thank you. Everything's impacted. We would immediately have to start drawing back if we received no additional money. We would have to start reconsidering how your meetings were. We will not have, if we keep this $2,065,000 as a reserve, we're still not going to have enough money to get us across this period of time that we have. So to answer your question, we would have to scramble. We'd probably have to reach back in and say to whoever was distributing this money that we needed to halt the grants in order to save some of that money. I don't anticipate that you will be denied funding. I anticipate that you will get funding so that you can continue on. And that's the indication that was given to us when we were in our meetings with the Joint Legislative Budget Committee, that they were asking us to anticipate how much more operational budget we would need because of the extension in the census and so forth. Insofar as the justification that I gave for the grants, when we started this process, we were searching everywhere for the authority for us to give grants. And so at that time, my position was that I didn't know whether or not we could give grants with this money. And you are absolutely correct, Commissioner Lamont. We were looking for all different types of options where we might use this money if we couldn't give grants. At the time, I said, we'll go into the meetings. First, we asked the Department of Finance in our meetings with them, can we use this for grants? And they said, well, it doesn't specifically say what you can use it for. It was always our position that we would end up going into the meetings with the Joint Legislative Budget Committee. We would give them a letter, which we did, and that letter would say, here's how we intend to use these funds. And that letter was very specific. We intend to use a portion of these funds for grants. There was never any indication during our meetings with everyone in the legislature that it could not be done with, be used for grants. And in fact, they asked questions about what types of grants, third party. And so we concluded that we had tacit approval without physical agreement in the law that we could move forward with this grant process. In the end, we moved back to the $2,065,000 because there seemed to be a consensus amongst the commission that they would like to use as much as possible, and we put it in. I notified the Joint Legislative Budget Committee that we had moved from the $1.5 million to the $2,065,000, and in the response I received, it was they're not going to tell us how to they're not going to micromanage how we use our funds for outreach. In that same response, I received an email from a person who had actually helped construct the budget for us, and in that response it was, we arrived at the $2,065,000 because we determined that $1.7 million of the Irvine Foundation's money had been used for this specific outreach endeavor in 2010, and then there was a cost of living increase that went with it that brought it to this amount. So it's been a journey. I believe that you have the right to use this money in this way. If you don't want to use the full amount, we can pull back and we can reallocate it. But there seemed to be a sense that the commission wanted to make this move to this level. And Director Hernandez looked at what he had set aside for the things that he wanted to do. And we agreed that if we used it for this sum, it would increase the amount that we had to ask for in the May revision, and that we would seek the funds there to cover this escalation of these funds. But to answer your first question again and be very firm, if they tell us we don't have any money, we pull everything off the table and we start thinking about a different way to do this. Because you don't have enough money, even with this $2,065,000, to do all the things that we would like to do in the way we would like to do it right now.
So thank you. Commissioner Vasquez and then Commissioner Anderson. And Sinai after that.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in. Thank you, Director Claypool, for summarizing all of that. That's generally my understanding of the evolution of how we got to this place with this number for these activities. And just wanted to sort of share my thoughts that if in the dark doomsday scenario where we don't get any money, additional money from our requests, I feel like we have probably the most solid argument for sufficient funding for this particular grants money based on prior allocation, activities that we are trying to, that money that was designed to supplant philanthropic investment. So for me, at least, I'm less concerned about having an argument to claw back at least enough money to do the outreach as it's currently envisioned. And then if we get no money, sort of as Director Claypool was saying, we'd have to be scrambling about a lot of our other additional plans and activities. And I'd be more concerned about trying to create justifications to or modifying other activities beyond outreach, or that add value to our outreach efforts, rather than this specific line item, which for me, I think has the most robust justification for how we arrived at this number based on prior spending.
Commissioner Anderson, then Sinai, then Turner.
Thank you. I know our intent. I'm just a little, I do have a question, because as I heard Dan talk about, that's a portion of the money is going to be for the grants. And I'm just looking at, which is part of the handouts that are posted today. It's the letter dated February 9th from the Joint Legislative Budget Committee. And it very specifically says in a letter, it's really short. So in a letter dated January 22nd, this is to Ms. Bolster, who is the Department of Finance. You notified the Joint Legislative Budget Committee, pursuant to provision, blah, 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 of a request by this us to authorize the use of $2,065,000 for outreach efforts that was already appropriated by the legislature. I review the request and concur that the commission should be authorized to expend the funding. Blah, blah, to get a statewide outreach program. It does not say, this certainly implies the 2,065,000 is for outreach efforts, not just, it's the total part. And so what I'm wondering is, rather than talk about, I understand if we don't get the extra funds, it impacts everything. But let's be specific about this item. Out of this item, how much of that are we saying is required to do any outreach effort? Because we have enormous amounts of outreach effort. And if we take all the money that they have decided this is for outreach and we just give it all in grants, what portion do we need to make up? And that's specific. I don't mean, I understand about everything else and all the other things we need, but does anyone have a number there or a percentage of what portion are we talking about that we've shifted to other areas, that we need just to do any outreach whatsoever, not just the grants? I think that's the question. We were really we're keep on talking about several different things, but so budget wise, where were those numbers? I think Commissioner Kennedy, you were talking about some of those. I could be incorrect, but that. So who has the numbers?
Commissioner Fernandez, do you have the numbers?
Well, it's in the budget that Director Claypool presented earlier this morning. If you go into the outreach portion of it, it's all of those other expenditures. That would be what would also be associated with outreach efforts. So it'd be like another, like a $500,000.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Claypool or Director Claypool.
So thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, and that's exactly it. That money, because we have three pools of money, we have operational expenses, and that's about $4.5 million. We have an outreach, which was a different provision. That was the $2,065,000. And then we have a litigation fund that we can't touch until after August of this year, and that's about $4,700,000. So if you think in terms of that, anything that's not in this $2,065,000 is automatically an operational expense, and that's how we got from 1.5 to $2,065,000. That money simply shifted into the operational expense, and we will be asking for an augmentation to cover those funds when we go to the May revision.
Thank you, Director Claypool. Commissioner Sinai, and then Commissioner Turner. And then
again, I fully support as much as we can get out into the community. I'm an advocate of that. We had talked at one point about holding back if it was going to be 10% or 15% in case we needed to pay for outreach efforts that we didn't expect. Like if we were in the far north and we didn't realize there was a Hmong community and we needed translation, and so we could fund that. Is that all now coming out of operating? Would that come out of operating now, or do we not need to hold back some money for those emergencies? Not emergencies, but it's going to happen to allow us that flexibility.
Director Claypool.
Exactly, Commissioner Sinai. Everything will now run out of the operational budget. We have $3.6 million or something to that effect right now. We have another provisional amount of operational funding at $1.3 million or $1,313,000 that we're going to have to make a request for. But they like you to make the request about 30 days before you need the money. We won't need that money before we get to the May revision letter. We will know by the time we go through or get close to that May revision whether or not we're going to receive funding. And I see no reason to assume that we will not receive some funding. I can't tell you how much it is. I would think that it would be enough to cover your expenses because the Act requires that you be given enough to do this process as you believe you should do it. No guarantees, but I think that everyone's on board with that. And yes, anything that we had to pay for in that vein would come out of those expenses. I can't tell you the exact line item we would pull it out of, and perhaps it's another place where we should make a line item. We can make another contingency and place it in, just so that we can see it and understand that it's there. And I'll make a note of that.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner, then Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Akutagawa after that.
Thank you. And I think this has been helpful for me. I think what I recalled was the argument that Commissioner Kennedy was making, that there were some line items that he considered to be part of outreach. And in my mind, I don't think that conversation ever, I got the answer for that. But what I'm hearing now is that those items didn't move to outreach. They're still under operations. And the proposal then would be to use the entire 2.065 outreach budget for grants, and assuming that we'll get additional money under operations later. And so if that then being the correct understanding, and then I also heard Director Claypool and others say that if we run out of, he doesn't think we'll run out of funding, but if we do, we can pull money back. With that comment, I would want to say that I would rather not propose additional money to the community that we may pull back or may not. If we have to make any shifts to it, I think community, once we count on money from a nonprofit perspective, I would expect to get all of what we committed to. I don't know what that would look like if we're pulling money back or deciding we have to go a different route. And if we can give the money at any point, we can also layer the money. We can go with what we've already promised or what we've already determined we would do, and have that money held, and then go a second allotment of funding as is needed as well.
Commissioner Akutagawa, Anderson, then Lamont.
I think actually Commissioner Anderson was before me.
Okay.
Maybe not.
I think you can go, Commissioner Akutagawa.
Oh, okay. I was just going to point out, I don't know if this makes it a little bit easier. Two things that I want to say. One is about the budget. If you go back to the budget that was shared with us at the last meeting, the February 8th through 10th meeting, there was a spreadsheet that was shared with us that was titled FY 19-22 CRC budget spreadsheet 02-5-21 final. I don't know what the rest of it is. But on that particular budget that was shared at that last meeting, the outreach budget shows $2,065,292, which includes the production line items, the educational redistricting basics line items, and then the grants to the community-based organizations was reading as 1.5. If you compare that to the budget that was shared with us for this particular meeting, and this is the one that's titled CRC Budget Spreadsheet 02-12-21 PDF. And on that, if you look at the outreach budget section, the same production, same educational redistricting basics line items appear. What is different is the grants to the community-based organizations. That amount shows as $2,065,000, and then the total estimated budget for the outreach is the 2.6 and some change. I don't know if this is more of just the ways in which the budget is presented, but basically the line items, that would include some of the outreach kind of line items under production and education falls under the outreach category. But what I'm hearing Director Claypool say is that those monies actually come out of operations, and then therefore the full grants budget or funds will come out of, I guess, the outreach money. I don't know if seeing it on paper makes it a little bit easier to see the differences between the increased amount and what was previously proposed. I do also want to, I guess I do have a question based on what Commissioner Turner also just said, I completely understand what she's saying, that if we're going to give out and say we're going to give out a certain amount of money, and if we have to claw that back, obviously there's going to be a lot of disappointed people. I am concerned about going out with an amount now. I guess I thought in proposing the amount that we were good to go with that amount, but if there's a possibility that we may have to take some of that back, I am concerned about what that's going to be like. And so I think I'm looking for either some reassurance or some clarity and whether or not we need to revise this motion.
Director Claypool.
So actually 2 numbers changed on that. And if you go down to the total estimated shortfall, you'll see that we went from about 6 million, roughly 500,000, and now we're sitting at 7,162,000. That number is going to change again. That number is going to go up because you now have 2 more months that you're going to tell us how you want to spend it. So again, if you held all the 2,065,000 and said we're not going to do outreach at all, we're going to keep this money just for us, you're still going to come up about 5 million short of what your current plans are. That's why I'm confident that you are going to be funded to some amount that's going to get us where we need to go. I can't guarantee that you're going to receive the full 8 million that we may go up to once we look at those last 2 months, but I can just say that people understand that this budget was constructed on 2010 and with no educational engagement component to it, and that it's short, that it's going to be short. With regards to the 2,065,000, again, I'm going to emphasize that was the amount that was calculated to fill in behind that philanthropic effort that Commissioner Vasquez described better than I do. But it was intended for that function. Therefore, the assumption would be that you need to have, that you have enough money in your operational expenses to pay for at least what the last commission did. If we're going to get a yay or nay on what your amount is going to be well ahead of you expending the bulk of this money, we're going to find out what it is. If they were to say no money, you would probably have to cancel your educational engagement program, because that's the portion that wasn't factored into the amount of money you received. You would have to say, okay, we're just going to move on to that COI input, and we're going to move on to that census data-driven input meetings, and we could make the money that was left over work there. I'm going to emphasize again, I don't believe that that's going to happen. I believe most people want you to have these educational engagements. They want you to do what you're doing. The last thing I'm going to tell you is that the reason we look to put this money into the educational or into the grants right now, whatever amount you decide to use, is because we don't have the opportunity to expand the outreach budget. It needs to be used now. We do have the opportunity to expand the operational budget, and that's why we shifted a lot of things into operational budget so that we could make the expansion cover that, because it'll be too late for us to ask them to expand the 2,065,000.
Thank you, Director Claypool. Commissioner Lamont, and then Commissioner Fernandez.
Oh, I just wanted to say thank you, Director Claypool, for the recap, because I sensed there was, different confusion, et cetera. I guess my final point was we're running a deficit budget, bottom line. And so I think we start there. And whether we move this 500,000 into outreach or not is not going to change the fact that we're looking at about an $8 million deficit. So if that helps people prepare for this vote, awesome. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Commissioner Lamont. Commissioner Fernandez, before I go to you, Commissioner Anderson did have her hands up. I just didn't see her on the screen. So do you want to go first, Commissioner Anderson, and then Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, just quickly. Thank you, Commissioner Lamont, because yes, when we're looking at things like this, we need to be comparing apples to apples. And that's my objection here. We were not. Basically, if you look at, we had numbers, how much is it going to cost us to do that? It is about $565,000 to do the outreach that we're talking about. And then the number that was kind of thrown in there that came up with the 265 was around 1.5 million. And now we want to switch that out. So the item that is coming out of that we're saying, if we give it all out, what was the number that we now have to ship to something else? It's around $565,000. And yes, and then you look at, the public input meetings, that's around 5.5 million. You have the line drawing session, that's less than 5, and that's going to go up. So it's the idea of what we also need is correct, but can we at least be consistent about the way we're saying it? And that way, I think this would have avoided half this conversation of the confusion here, because we are asking to take it all in, realizing that the 565,000 we're putting into, we need more money. And that's okay, as long as we realize that's what we're doing. And if we have to, we don't get the money, yes, we have to come back, and how's it going to go? And yes, we don't get the money, can we still give out the whole 2 million? We need to cut that back. That's another discussion that discussion we should have if we want to, but I think it's a much bigger question. I think that's a minutia issue. So I thank you let's just try to put it in one place, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, as Commissioner Lamont stole my thunder. That's okay. We are running a deficit, and having worked in state government for many, many years, we can't wait until June when we find out if we're going to get the additional funding or not. And we are running deficit, and it's almost like a leap of faith. But I will tell you, having worked in government as an agency, well in advance whether or not you're going to get funded or not. And if Director Claypool is telling us that they're very positive, and that means that probably 90% sure we'll get the funding. I would say 99%, but I like to, kind of put a little 10% in there. Because I've worked for agencies where you submit your proposals knowing they're going to be shot down because it's not the theme of the year or whatever, the pet projects, if you want to call it, or whatever you want to call it. It's not the focus. So census received a lot of money because census was the focus. Redistricting right now is the focus. And we've already gone forward saying that we don't have enough funding. They're well aware of it. And for me, I have no issues moving forward. We can't wait till June. We need to get the grant funding out there so that they can help us with our outreach efforts as soon as possible.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. With that, are we ready for a vote? Okay, great. So let's do roll call. Director Claypool.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Turner?
I'll pass.
Commissioner Sinai?
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Yee?
Yes.
Commissioner Ahmed?
Yes.
Commissioner Akutagawa?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fonashari?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
No.
Commissioner Lamont?
Yes.
Commissioner Sadwani?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
No.
Commissioner Toledo?
Yes.
And back to Commissioner Turner.
No.
No. Okay. Turner, Democrat. Any Democrat? The motion passes.
Thank you. So we have a couple of other updates before we, subcommittee updates before we need to go into a closed session. But given that we given that we need to also give a 15-minute break to the staff, I'm leaning towards having the rest of the subcommittee meetings first thing in the morning, and giving the staff 15-minute break right now, then entering closed session. It's just going to be the commissioners at that meeting, and so that is the leaning at this point. With no objections, we will end the public session now and go. Yes, Commissioner Vasquez.
Will we receive, oh, just kidding, it just landed. A new link for closed session. Thanks.
Yes, you'll be receiving a link for closed session in a second. So 15 minutes, we'll come back to closed session. That'll be 3:20. That'll be the staff, or rather that'll be the full commission at 3:20. Commissioner Gee.
I believe we're required to report back from closed session. Can that happen tomorrow, or will it need to happen today?
It can happen tomorrow. We would be at our first opportunity. Our first opportunity is going to be tomorrow. I'm anticipating we'll be in closed session the rest of the day, which allows staff some of the staff to end their day. Any other questions before we go to break? So 3:20, we'll see each other back in closed session. Thank you.